どうしたの？私の顔が見たくなった？
Yeah, I'm back. Let's see. We're leaving for a while. Got a Google thing. Makes sense. It is the time of Thanksgiving. It's the fit. Yeah. I did say, actually, I remembered. I was like, oh, right. I gotta wear this. I said I'd do it for anniversary, so. Hey, Recon, how's it going? Welcome back. Yeah, I think it turned out pretty well, to be honest. I'll do a full show off once 15 minutes pass. Not a bit longer. I might actually do some things before getting into the story, since this is pretty sudden. I do need to do things, actually. Thanks for keeping me in master. Honestly, I think my only real gripe with this outfit is that it's a little bit big. But I think that's just because I lost a lot of weight. I feel a little bit like Johnny Somali, but honestly, I think it also just looks really good in general. It could just be a little tighter around me, especially around the arms. Johnny what? Johnny Somali. Hey, don't look like the fam. I appreciate it regardless. Let's see. No. I'll do that later. Just needs to make sure what I need to do. Oh, okay, I need to do these. I can at least auto this one. Yeah, but literally in my meetup with the family, this task cannot be hit. Okay, that's new. Yeah, with my family, I just basically said, "Yeah, I'm sick," and then my mom was like, "Need to go home?" I'm like, maybe. Yeah, I guess that's one good thing about being recently sick. It spooked my mom enough that she didn't beg me to stay. Because if she begs for me to stay, I'm like, fine. Oh yeah, I got a lot of leftovers. Those leftovers will last for a while. Miss. I am pulling the Suki-Con costume. Yeah, I said I'll do it for anniversary. And share with the dolls. No, that's all for me. I like how these things just can't kill me, but the AI is too stupid to kill them. Anyways, I hope you guys are having a good Thanksgiving. Hoping you guys are chatting it up with family. Win within 5 turns. Jesus Christ. Okay. Oh, did she already go? Okay.
私がですか。
Oh. Misclicked. Whatever. Small part of this. Wait, where is... There she is. Welcome back, Federico. Nope. Yes. I will say one thing, the outfit is actually very comfortable to wear. All right. Okay, it's about around that time, isn't it? Let me see how things are. Checking both streams to make sure everything is good. Okay. Then before I start, I can at least show myself off a little bit since you're only seeing the upper portion. Let's see. I'll get rid of NVIDIA first. Oh yeah, here I am. Just after Deep Oblivion. So, like that. I think it looks pretty good. Oh yeah, backside. The commander got big boned. that a Makarov in my pocket, or just Jesus? No, that sounds awful. I just realized that there's a lot of stuff to do here. Just V0. Still looks a bit hot. You mean hot like, wow, it feels a little humid? Or the other kind of hot? Yes. Like, I actually don't feel hot in this. Like, I don't feel humid in this, honestly. It actually feels very comfortable. Which is something I wasn't expecting. I thought it'd be very uncomfortable to wear. I guess I should also post that I am streaming on my Discord, because I forgot to do that. There we go. Alright. Let's get started. Winning the war is nothing more than giving peace a good beginning. After Kalina is besieged by Sexton's squad at ODE-01, the transport mod carrying the powered down Leva is securely placed into a fixed slot. The temporary power source shuts down as the pod is connected to the main circuitry. Wow, the tech speed is so much better. I don't even need to modify it. It's just absolutely fast. Wow. Yeah, this is actually good. Damn. Brain function check complete. System self-diagnosis complete. Power supply activated. Remaining power 100%. Accessing neural backup. Connection established. Loading neural cloud. 5%. 20%. 35%. Thanks for the gifted. Dylan, you did that twice today. You only usually do it once a day. Congratulations, Very Still, to becoming a member. Amid steady rainfall, the helicopter carrying Kalina and her party sends slowly on the outskirts of Odessa. Figures waiting at the airfield are magnified and distorted by raindrops clinging to the glass, their faces obscured. They seem utterly undaunted by the gusts stirred up by the rotor blades. Sitting in the back seat, Lena grips her sidearm. Leva, Miss Kalina. Don't be rash. But I did about remember it. That's the least 3 armed squads. The one standing in front looks sort of friendly, but the rest? Reimburse into race. Dear me, when was the last time we got such a warm welcome? Must be before 2065? Leva, this isn't the really best time for this about the past. What else can I do? I don't want to butt heads with riot shields. Don't you agree, Colleen? Sitting in the co-pilot seat, Leva pulls her gaze back from the window and turns around. Follow my lead. This is Odessa. They won't act rashly. Remember, we're only here to cooperate with the investigation. Lena, put your gun away. Fine. The helicopter lands smoothly. Kalina pushes open the cabin door and steps out. The young man standing at the front of the reception team takes an umbrella handed to him, strides forward quickly, and passes it to Lena. Then he stops and extends his right hand to Kalina. It's a bit echoey. Let me check. Might have game sound on. It is. Okay, yeah, that's why. Yeah, should be better now.
オデッサ特別安全管理省ファディ・アンドレイビッチ・ソコロフ少佐です。ファディとお呼びください。
I am Major Fyodor Andrei Yevich Sokolov of the Odessa Special Security Administration. You may call me Fedia. It is an honor to welcome you, Counselor. I will assist you in adapting to your brief stay here in Odessa. Thank you, Major Fedia. Pleased to meet you. Lena shakes his hand lightly. Fedia then politely but firmly withdraws his hand. The rain is getting heavier. Please, Counselor, you and your subordinates should get into the car. We'll discuss the rest. Fedia steps graciously aside to make way. Yet even after Kalina and her party have boarded the vehicle, he does not order his subordinates to lower their weapons. The group follows Fedia into a room. Counselor, while on the way here, I have already conveyed the Odessa Oblast government's fixed stance. For your personal safety and for the smooth progress of the investigation, I must ask for your full cooperation. Of course. But might I have an audience with the chief? With this testimony and clarification, this misunderstanding about falsified identification codes should be cleared out quickly. I'm sorry, but the chief currently has no plans to meet with you, but I will pass along your request. It's getting late, and your people have been caught in the rain. Please rest well tonight. My team and I are quartered downstairs. If you need anything, you may call on me at any time. Fedia bows politely and leaves the room. Taking the towel from Leva with a wry smile, Kalina dries her hair as she walks towards the bathroom. Leva, can you bring me a bathrobe and a bed? I'd like to take a shower. Sure. Leva walks to the wardrobe. Yeah, it's anniversary, so sure. After a short while, the sound of running water comes steadily from the bathroom. This so-called protection during the investigation period is basically house arrest. Leva, you saw it too, didn't you? There are loads of SSA members outside. There are quite a lot, but considering what trouble we and that other one, who already left, stirred up back at ODE-01, is to be expected. But it wasn't even our fault. Who could have guessed that the chief would be impersonated by some strange doll? The chief got replaced without anyone noticing, and instead of going after the culprit, they keep pestering us, the victims. The cosmic manipulation that doll used was sophisticated enough that even I failed to detect it in time. You can't expect an ordinary Oblast technicians to keep up. Leva, you and Colleen are too forgiving. Things got really hairy just the other day. Yes. Poor Lena. Can we get DSR 50? No. No, that's not happening. Absolutely not. Always bet on black? No. Why? Why would I do that? I don't even think like that. That's not what I meant. Lena paces sulkily from the door to the desk, then looks out the window while fussing with the potted plant on the windowsill. With a shrug, Leva pulls out a bathrobe from the wardrobe, walks to the window, and draws the curtains. She then picks up the tablet on the desk and scrolls through it with her back against the wall. Anyway, I can't just shrug it off like you can. If we hadn't made it in time that day, Colleen would have been gunned down by Odessa's armed police. And now all we get is a perfunctory, "Sorry, our bad, we'll look into it." That major just now was also giving us attitude. The chief switched rules and made Tristan, after all. It takes time to investigate. And remember, the orders came from above. The people on the ground are just carrying them out. It's not their fault. I don't care. Once our charges are lifted, I'm going straight to Kruger. He'll give them a piece of his mind. It's Director Kruger. Don't forget your manners outside. Haven't I told you before? No, I'm used to all these formalities. I'll be more careful. Don't be mad, Leva. Good. Poor Colleen still hasn't gotten a chance to get changed or have a proper hot meal. We can't go back to our old quarters. Instead of throwing a tantrum, why don't you help her pick out an outfit for the hotel store? Yeah, make her wear a suit again. Leva passes the tablet to Lena. The clothes they sell here are junk. Better to buy outside. Ah, the signal reception. Realizing that the device only connects to the hotel intranet, Lena's face is tense again. Unbelievable. They're even restricting our network access over something entirely baseless. Lena scrolls irritably, hopping between pages, taps a few times, then hands the tablet back to Leva. Let's go with this one. It's about the same as Colleen's usual style. I specifies the size. That's cool, Nixon. Have fun at Thanksgiving with the family. And friends, I'm assuming. Good. She'll like it. Leva glances at the screen, smiling faintly. She walks to the bathroom, knocks softly on the door, and hands in the robe and tablet. Colleen, the robe's by the sink. Your new clothes will arrive soon, so bear with it for just a second. Use your tablet in order to order. Pick whatever you like. Alright, got it. A little later, Kalina steps out of the shower, dries herself, and puts on the bathrobe. Her eyes drift towards the device. On the outfit detail page, in line the text reads, 5 hidden cameras, 3 listening devices. Other suites on this floor also under SSA control. Lena found 2 of them. Lena quickly types out a string of information on the tablet. So how come we don't have a drawing of Kalina in her bathrobe? Outside the business suite, a hotel staff member rings the doorbell. 100%. Neural cloud loading complete. Confirmed. Affiliation Hyde 404. Frame model Dual Track S DSI-8. Imprint model UMP 45. Mission ID blank. Like you're what? Dylan. Time day blank. Status ongoing. Weapon control system normal. Terrain DM activated. Cognition NSS activated. Frame warming complete. Visual feed activated. Lying in transport pod, Leva opens her eyes. She's awake. A calm voice speaks. The pod lid opens automatically.
久しぶりヤンガじゃなくて
Hey yo!
リバだっけ
Long time no see. 45. Or should I call you Leva now? Dress has got enough. I can leave. Hey, Challenger. Seeing the two in front of her, Leva waves casually.
二人とも非軍事勢力管理局に入ったと聞いたけど本当だったのね
I heard you two had joined in Namfa. I didn't believe it, but it looks like it was true.
久しぶりロベラソップ
Long time no see, Rebella Sapo. Do you prefer RO635 and SOP 2?
新しい名前で結構です
New codenames are fine.
局長の指示で向か
Director Kruger sent us to distract you.
カリーナさんが軟禁されている
You'll be commanding us remotely while Kalina remains under house arrest.
クルーガー局長自らそれだけ面倒な
Dr. Kruger himself.
というわけね
Things really are getting complicated.
ここに来る途中
You didn't run into trouble on the way here, did you?
いいえ何も
No, but you better.
まあすっごい退屈
Nah, I seriously had enough. Sapo cuts in abruptly.
どうしたの
What's wrong?
オデッサの治安ロボット相手に腕試し
I thought I'd get a chance to spar with Odessa security mechs, but no dice.
バラして行動
I just want to tear one apart and take a good look at every single wire inside.
本当に
Could the installation layer be pink? Oh, I had to know.
ロベラ
Rebella, next time, please let me take one apart. Pretty, please? Just one? Staring at Sapo's eager face, Rebella sighs heavily, then turns to Leva, only to see her watching with interest.
まだ起きないんですかプログラムは全部
Are you planning to lie in there all day? The start sequence should have finished long ago.
あらバレちゃった
Oh, you got me.
せっかくだからもう少し
It's rare to have some free time, you see. I was hoping to get a few more minutes of rest. There's pink down there, Jesus.
引っ張ってくれるポットが狭い
Mind giving me a hand? This pot's a bit cramped. He turns her hand to Rebella in a friendly gesture, but in that instant, Rebella hesitates.
その手を取ったらダメ
I have a feeling that taking your hand will lead to something unpleasant. Eva grins knowingly and withdraws her hand.
残念
Eh,
自分で
guess I have to do it myself. She climbs out of the transport pod and stretches leisurely.
手際良かったわね思った
You're
より
quick.
迎えが
The
早
transport was completed even earlier than I expected.
カリーナさんが前もって本部に連絡してくれた
That's because Kalina gave HQ plenty of notice. The director made timely preparations.
輸送車がオデッサ州の境界線に
According to his orders,
州政府と非軍
we
事
had to swap the transport pod
タイミングで
right at the Odessa Oblast border during the handover between the Oblast government and Namfa.
いい目の付けどころね
Smart timing.
オデッサからキエフ
Probably only place on the Odessa
ができるのはそこだけ
Kiev route
人の目の
where
つく場所で
tampering wouldn't be look suspicious. Any other crowded stop would have raised eyebrows.
今でも私を乗
And even then,
せた輸送車を見
there must still be
ている
eyes on me in that transport vehicle.
それも踏まえて本来なら
Exactly.
新しい車体に変えるべき
That's why I suggested putting you in a new frame altogether.
でも
However, a new frame means a period of adjustment, so the director refused. He wants you on the field as soon as possible.
早く次の任務に移ってほしいと交換を却下ね
So he's the one who rejected it.
局長の決定に
I
感
owe
謝
him
しないと
thanks.
私が足手まといにな
If I became dead waiting to slow things down, there'd be no point in you two at all.
面白くない冗談です
Haha, very funny.
局長との通信チャンネルを共有し
I
ま
just gave you access to comms channel with the
直接連
director.
絡してきます
He'll brief you personally on the next steps.
うんありがとう
Appreciate it. Leva operates the terminal and joins Kruger's encrypted channel. Leva, how's your frame doing?
異常なし
All green.
影響な
I'm ready for the next mission. Good. I reviewed the incident reports. I'm largely up to speed. I contacted the Odessa Oblast government through official channels. All I got from them was insufficient evidence. Further investigation required. They refused to lift the charges and end their house arrest. They only allowed me one brief call with Kalina. Boss! Our job now is to find evidence that clears Kalina, or leverage to negotiate with the Oblast government. I recommend the former. Understood. Leva, you've been on Odessa longer than anyone else here. You know the situation best. I'll inform you as on-site commander for the dolls. Ex-commander with his secret. How is that possible? His hands just come through the screen. Fellow, Sapo, support her and lifting Kalina's restrictions as quickly as possible. Director, one moment please. What is it? Director, based on current intel, the enemy almost certainly possesses highly lethal combat dolls. And Leva, in my assessment, her combat skills and preference makes her unsuited for command. So that's the impression I left you in our past missions? This is about impressions. I'm raising an objective concern. But maybe while you weren't looking, my combat style changed. Just like your code name. Care to observe a little longer? Your frame hasn't changed. Even with an upgraded neurocloud, wouldn't last 3 minutes against a combat doll with that caliber. Let alone directing the command in the squad. That's only your guess. If I'm not mistaken, neither of us have actually faced such an enemy, have we? Making judgment without data? That's not very doll-like, is it? While Leva and Rebel's argument reaches an impasse, Sapo suddenly brings her hands together in a loud clap. I've got it! Why don't you two connect in level 2 and have a match right now? Whoever wins gets to be the boss! Beating each other up when we barely exchange greetings? That's not a very good show of teamwork. Besides, even if the two of us teamed up, I thought we could beat you, Sapo. Still, I don't object to Rebella being the squad leader either. Director, would she reconsider? I've already made myself very clear. Leva knows the situation best. She'll handle on-site command. I dispatched Sapo as backup specifically to cope with the enemy's unknown combat capability. Remember, what you'll be facing isn't just dolls, but also humans. Rebella, you have better understanding of a human habits and psychology. Your specialized China warfare module will also let you assist Leva in countering any EW traps that might show up again. Understood. As for your concerns, I've already made arrangements. What do you mean? I brought that researcher who was with you before, Lebnis, from Persicaria, especially for this mission. She has already started making preparations. Not to mention it, she did say to meet her in the lab upstairs once Leva finished booting up. Could that be? Indeed. The place you're in now is actually a covert research facility under Nafa's control. With the help of the staff there, Libnus will carry out the optimization and adjustments on Leva. Also, Leva, Kalina hinted to me over comms that she had passed you a piece of potentially mission-related intel. Sync it to me later. Once your functions are optimized, we'll base our actions on that lead. Contact me anytime if there's any issue. Yes, sir. The call ends. Leva shrugs and looks at Rebella, who squirms awkwardly. Don't worry about it. You only raised suggestions because you care about the work. Besides, your concerns weren't unfounded. Anyway, even though we did know each other, it has been a long while. I hope we can work together smoothly. Come on, Leibniz should be waiting for us. Sapo, load the parts back into the transport pod. The group arrives at the lab where they're supposed to meet Leibniz. Just as they are about to input the entry command, the door opens from inside. A researcher stumbles out with a heap of draft papers in her arms. Oh, careful! You're gonna drop that! Sapo dodges forward and catches her just in time, nearly averting a traffic accident. There's so many people in here. Numerous figures are bustling around in the lab. Standing at the center with her hands on her hips and her back to the door is a petite woman. You and you! Throw those empty snack bags on the desk this instant! And you in the corner with the glasses! You think I can't see you? The whole box of model kits behind you. Is it going to help you draw circuit schematics? If not, get out of my lab! And this! She snatches up a mug from the table beside her. The coffee stains in here are thicker than the bottom of the mug! Unless you want your gut flora to look like this, go wash this right now! Researcher who got told off bolts from the lab, clutching the mug. So that's the liveness we're looking for? Yep. I'm really woken up. It's already so much work to do. Having received the confirmation, Leva lets out a weary sigh and steps forward. Unbelievable. You're all just like Persicaria. Messy, sloppy, obsessed with research and nothing else. Taking care of Persica must have been tough, huh? At the sound of Leva's voice, Leibniz spins around sharply. Huh? Huh? What nonsense! Assisting the Gene's Persica is an absolute honor! Only by entrusting her day-to-day care to someone like me can she focus completely on the most meaningful research. Alright. You're right. My bad. I apologize. You should apologize to Persica! Eva raises her hand to his surrender, and Leibniz's anger finally subsides. Never mind. You must be Leva. Since you're done booting up, let's get down to business right away. Let's get down to business. I can't afford to delay the task that Persica has entrusted to me. As Rebella and Sapo walk over, Leva quietly leans in to whisper to Rebella. Why didn't you warn me she's such a big fan of Persica? You didn't ask. What are you two whispering about? To defeat the Huns. Nothing. I just remembered something else and I'll need to help with. Since we're all here, you might as well brainstorm together. Something else? Persica never mentioned that. But she didn't send me to assist you. So go on, tell me. Should we have this conversation somewhere else? Don't want to stand in the way of the cleanup. Leibniz shoots a glare at the researchers who are sighing with relief in secret. You, don't just stand there. You think I don't know how much trash is piled up in the next lab? Get over there and clean it up. Make sure there isn't a single garbage room left on this floor after tonight. Under her intimidation, the researchers quickly grab their cleaning tools and fall out of the lab. Now talk. Right. Leva pulls up the data Kalina had input into the tablet earlier. I hope this gets to your liking, Miss Kalina. I believe it will help solve your most pressing problem. And then this long string is some kind of code? It's like UCS formatting, but not quite. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to ask for details, but someone must have sent it to Kalina. Since she deemed it useful, then the most pressing problem mentioned here must be the Oblast government restricting her freedom, right? Can we trace the sender? Our network was already under surveillance by the time we received the message. There's no way to run a normal trace. But if someone could slip this message in unnoticed under those conditions, with what level of skill, they wouldn't leave a trail, unless... they wanted us to find them. Forget it for now. We get nowhere chasing ghosts. Eva, let's get your optimizations done on the console first. Time's tight, and Mr. Kruger specifically asked that your baseline functions be up to par. For now, I'll only work on the software. Hardware adjustments will have to wait. While the calibrations are underway, I'll also make time to examine its key. If needed, Rebella and Sapo can assist me too. Thanks. Any small improvement helps. I don't want to walk into the field as a squad leader and then get one-shotted right away. Small? Don't underestimate me. Why do you think Persia sent me here? Come on, I can guarantee at least a 15% boost in your performance at the calibrations. Alright. Sorry, I shouldn't doubt you. Thanks, Riskin. Even if you doubt me, don't doubt Justice's judgment. Even since I joined the lab, Persica. Leibniz marched off to the console. I like how you only noticed the beret, though. So that's the bit that offends you, huh? Rebella, Sapo, I'm going ahead. Sorry, but you'll have to wait for a bit. After Leva leaves, Rebella walks over to a nearby workbench and starts sorting through the scattered tools. Her eyes keep constantly drifting towards the console. Sapo, who had been poking around aimlessly, shuffles over demurely. No, Pip. What's wrong with Bella? Still upset about Leva being a squad leader? You have to type the fuss over performance. No, I'm not upset. It's just... I don't quite understand. Want to talk it out? Don't keep it bottled up. Do you still remember the old UP-45? For her, Squad 404 and UP-9 were everything. Why would someone like that be willing to set aside 404 to support Napa operations? Maybe same reason, right here? No, it's not the same. 404 position has always been complicated. Even if they cooperated at times, they never belonged to Griffin. By ties alone, they should be more inclined to help the commander, especially after what we went through at M4. Rella throws off without finishing. Maybe Leva and 404 went through things that we don't know about. Ah, Rebella, you're always overthinking things. Even if something shady is going on, the air team isn't so easy to mess with. Relax, come on, smile! Sappho bounds up and down, up to Rebella, and tugs her cheeks upward. Though she frowns, Rebella just doesn't resist, and she just lets Sappho pull her face into a weird smile. See? Much better. The smiling Rebella is way cuter. I can't win against you. A while later, with the process set up, Leibniz comes over. If you got time, why don't you help me look at this code string? Sure. Yokai! Sappho darts over ahead. I've already run a preliminary description on the string. It wasn't hard, it's just UCS with another layer of function conversion. But when it unpacks, it's even longer. It doesn't seem to mean anything. She projects the results on screen. Could it be a prank? Who knows? The three of them stare at the output, completely at a loss. Yeah, makes no sense at all! I don't recognize the fields, but the format feels oddly familiar. Really? It just looks like a messy patchwork of mismatched segments. Worse than that Synquist junk I'd ripped apart. Well, duh. Synquist Ferry was a 16 lab. They didn't have personal continuous maintenance. And ever since they lost the chorus, their dolls have been left to cobble together whatever scraps the mastermind could manage. Exactly, you get it. Their fire control cores and weapon circuitry were completely haphazard. Guns could pop out of anywhere. Patchwork. Tell me. Inspired, Rebella scans the output again and again. A. S. I get it now. Leibniz. Rearrange the decryption fields that contains AOSG in the order of OGAS. Then strip out the characters O, G, A, and S themselves and resegment by the current field structure. OGAS? Isn't that protocol? Leibniz fingers fly across the keys, rearranging the output. Isn't this? Indeed. It's the format of the old Synquist system, backdoor key. But there's an extra numeric block at the end. Was that wrong after all? I don't think so. This backdoor key format is almost never used anymore. But to have OGAS appear once each and to end up with exactly one extra number segment after removing them is way too much of a coincidence. An old-fashioned alarm tone goes off. Leibniz pulls a terminal from her coat pocket and shuts it off. Image calibrations are done. Hold on. I hear you find a lead? Maybe. But even if this Synquist backdoor key, what does it mean? Synquist Ferry is gone. And Tep built in their design to scatter all over these days. That's true, but just so happens that we already run into some of those old friends now. You know what happened to OD-01? Exactly. Sure, the ones who came to arrest Colleen were Odessa Oblast police, and the imposter dolls slip away. But those businesses we met on the road, the commander's dolls, Lena, and I didn't let them off easy. Commander. Huh? Worried? Don't be. Even though ODE-01 almost ended up being the commander's final resting place, Lena managed to hand over the electronic ID card just in time. Right now, he should be safely back in the Yellow Zone. Should? I didn't have time to confirm it. Not long after sending him off, we came under the protection of Odessa's Oblast government. Welcome back, Intrinsics. Synquist Ferry! As I so mentioned them, where are they? Top, who had been messing around at another bench, comes running back over. Most likely an ODE-01 security recycling depot. I'll ask the director to confirm it later. You're dead, huh? Boring. Murder puppy's excited, yeah. Don't worry, we're running to the live ones again sooner or later. However, getting into OD-01 won't be easy. Even a director would have trouble giving us official clearance as stowaways. You said it yourself. Official clearance. Strictly few access restrictions, I can handle that. Dandelion specifically mentioned me before I came. Or reminded me before I came. I see. Your director has really sent us a capable helper. Let me contact him. Then we'll head out. Alright, take care, Dylan. Diva claps her hands and whistles cheerfully. I remember that too. That's because Sapo like ripped off Architect's legs like 3 times. With Rebella's help, Leva's team successfully infiltrates ODE-01. On the cover of night, they reach the Public Security Administration's recycling depot. You tamper with ODE-01's access restrictions so easily. Your warfare skills are sharper than before, Rebella. Just with a few tricks from Dandelion. Besides, without Persica's neuro-claw modification, even if I knew how to do it, I wouldn't have enough computing power to follow through. Don't worry, our skills are not that far apart in terms of electronic warfare. Worried? Why would I be? That was a sincere compliment. Glad to hear it. Sapo, stop looking around. Your shadow will give us away. What are you laughing at? Just feels familiar, working with you all. Leva, you... Ah, the security droids have moved away. 3 warehouses, yet only 2 patrol squads assigned. The Odessa Oblast government sure is confident in the security of the satellite city. Let's move. Right. First, let's hack into the security system and overwrite the surveillance footage. Rebella, Sapo, work with me here. Meow. I successfully hacked into the security system. Now spoofing the video feed. Huh, that went well. Careful, Leva. The security robots have been deployed. You need to think of a way to take out all those security robots. I'll back you up. Okay. Yokai? Alright, I'm gonna use the bathroom. You know what? It is so easy to pee in this outfit. Pretty happy about that. After avoiding the patrol droids, Levo's group began searching for the 3 warehouses. Sniff, 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 sniff. Yeah, it should be this one. I'll never forget the smell of singles junk, no matter how many years has passed. Good work. Of course! Kruger found someone to enhance my tracking module. Smells, traces, none of them can get away from me. She is truly an attack dog. There are single traces on both the left and right. I'll check the left first. Toppo dashes behind the shelf to the left. Levo glances teasingly at Rebella. I believe the director didn't do it on purpose. But that technician... hard to say. Installing the scent recognition module into the nasal cavity. That does follow human logic. Not unreasonable for a technician designed it that way. True. Since Zappa went left, let's check our shelves to the right. Rebella sits down a small automaton, shaking her head. Not this. How many of these have we seen already? Judging by the dust buildup and the modification methods, these automatons span quite a long time. Some don't even have the evidence tags. Yeah, this looks less like a warehouse for illegal droids waiting inspection. And more like a junk room for stacking up old toys. Seems like the Odessa Oblast government has no intention of pursuing those illegal armed groups that operated in OD-01. In this whole affair, the chief was replaced, the senior staff at Nampa were attacked, and targeted accusations emerged. This is the Green Zone, which is clearly under Heli's jurisdiction. How dare they be so careless? As long as it involves people, all it takes is one accidental omission or a single communicated message for things to slip by unnoticed. You really think it was accidental? Who knows? If rats like us could slip into this warehouse, then surely other places can hide things too. Rebella, Leva, here, over here! A hurried whisper comes from the far end of the warehouse. Leva and Rebella rush over. Around the shelf, they see Sappho holding a small single diner gate high above her head. That's what we're looking for? Yeah, these guys. The placement marks are fresh, and the bullet holes were made recently. I couldn't help but take one apart. It's modded using recent tech. Rebella, look! Sappho happily runs over with the diner gate in her arms. This diner gate's the same model as that one. They added some extra firepower models on the outside, but the core circuits inside haven't changed much. You could say they kept the spirit authentic. Keep that away from me. Oh right, you're still allergic to diner gates. I guess I forgot. My bad. Allergic? Yeah, once on the mission, we ran into so many diner gates. Rebella panicked and went chasing around. Went crashing around, screaming her head off. Yeah, it wasn't that bad. Well, I have to tell the full story later. The time's tight. We should get back to business. Eva takes the diner gate from Toppo. Would the enemy really leave any secrets behind in an automaton that can just be tossed here? We got that mysterious gift, didn't we? Whether it's from friend or foe, it can't hurt to suss it out. Otherwise, we'll be stuck waiting for Odessa Oblast government's slow investigation. I have the back door key. Let's hack it. Can this diner gate still boot up? Watch me! Meow, meow, meow. Man, my nose tickles so much.
星々よ、これがあなたの最後の輝き。静かにして。
Commandant. I know what you mean, but thank you. Sapo shoots down a security droid, watching it as it dissolves into data fragments. She shakes her head hard. No satisfaction at all. Destroy it and it just disappears. Keep one as a souvenir. Yours are full of souvenirs. No one can even get inside. No worries, Bella. Always helps me clean up. Since you know that, maybe tidy up yourself next time. Don't always come running to me when your door won't shut. Ladies, I scanned the central system. Nothing yet. How's progress in your end? Just normal combat data. What now? Do we keep digging? We can't give up. If the backdoor key works, then our interpretation of the message was right. Then why not just take the Dynagate with us? With Lightning's help, the speed will double. Better than 3 of us going through every single track here. Even an older model like this has nearly 5,000 tracks, and sectors even more. Seems that is our only option. Let's just hope it doesn't have a hidden transmitter. If it does, we smash it. Any pursuers, wipe them all out. I'm not counting you for that. Let's exit level 2 first. Rebella, ready to go? Wait, about the decrypted message. Wasn't there an extra numerical segment at the end? Yeah, let me check. 37821. Why? This number falls within the automaton's logical sector range. I'm thinking maybe it's not meaningless junk, but a pointer. That's possible. We'll have enough time if we only check that sector and it's safer. Let's go. Hopefully it's not a bad sector. Leva's team inspects sector 37821 and successfully uncovers another hidden back door. This must be it! To hide a second door in such a peripheral sector, one that even bypasses system locks. Just who could be using it? Robust bosoms. Since someone knew about it and bothered to tell us, there must be something here. Rebella, help me trace it carefully. Let's see what our good Samaritan is really after. Sapo, you want security while we work? Half an hour later. Eva, look. This marker. Done. Some good findings. Let's exit level 2. This time, we really are leaving. Back at the research facility, Leva immediately reports the clues from the warehouse to Kruger. Thanks to Rebella and Sapo, we not only just decoded the messages Kalina received, but also located the system back door. Rebella helped us a lot in the trace as well. Seems you work well together. Well, we're old friends. Isn't that right, Rebella? You could say that. Too bad our trace only reached the party who set a back door. We couldn't see further up the chain. We didn't really get any further information about those highly lethal dolls either. Still, discovering the Girard Group's direct link to these illegal armed forces, that is enough for you to negotiate with the Oblast government for Kalina and Linda's release, right? But it's not the method I recommended. It may take some more time. Welcome back, Della. But is it enough? For Bella, the relationship between the Oblast government and Girard Group is, interesting. As she says this, Leva projects a news report. Beneath the bold headline is a photo of a middle-aged man. This is from 5-6 years ago. A Girard Group director stepped into politics. This is Mr. Ruick. This Mr. Ruick is now an Odessa Oblast legislator. No wonder the Oblast government rushed to detain Kalina. The Girard Group's hand is all over it. Exactly. They're still in their observation period for retaining administrative powers. Even a small scandal could be disastrous. With Colleen digging into their private armament of highly destructive weapons, even touching on Helena, and orders from possible fully immune individuals, of course, she became a thorn in their side. But the Oblast government, they really tolerate this? Tolerate, yes, but they're not fully on Girard's side either. This legislative Ruick, thanks to Girard's construction work in Odessa, has massive public support. And since the group contributes so much to Odessa's economic and technological development, his voice carries weight in this legislature. So this Oblast government isn't actually colluding with the Girard Group, but tacit approval and limited obstruction are what all they can do. But the chief reports to the central government. The chief opposed. Girard couldn't stop him, no? In theory, sure. From what we learned, beyond supporting Nessa's development, Girard has been deeply involved in the purification project thanks to his tech. With that kind of tie, sidelining the current chief is impossible. And even if he's not sidelined, he can't defend Kalina for now. Why? The official claim is that the chief is convalescing from illness caused by overwork from the recent intense scrutiny of Girard Group. The truth is, the chief disappeared. Huh? When was this confirmed? The exact time is unclear. But ever since you found that the chief contacting Kalina was really a powerful doll called Sextons, no Oblast staff have been able to reach him. His secretary also vanished. Girard's bold. Traps are one thing, but kidnapping the chief? That's a path of no return. Welcome back, Nixon. Social battery being low, I understand that one very well. That didn't last long, though. Maybe they were forced by circumstance. I doubt investigation threatened the Girard Group that much. Oh, any leads on the sender of that message? On the sender of that message director? No. They used their virtual account. It was destroyed right after they sent the message. There's still no telling whether they're a friend or foe. That trail's on gold too. Even if current evidence can't shake Girard's status on Odessa, their findings are ammo for negotiation. That's enough. Like a tank commander? Yeah, true. I get what you mean.
相手が管理局の管轄に踏み込んでくれてよかった。これですぐにカリンたちと合流できそうね。
You think it fell under Nalpa's jurisdiction? Looks like we'll be seeing Kalina and Lena soon. Indeed. I'll arrange their release quickly. You three stay on standby and wait further orders. Leibniz will handle your maintenance, and Leva, despite having worked together before, it's still been many years. Schedule some simulation training. No problem. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. The suite door where Kalina is kept opens. At the sight of Leva, Lena runs up and throws her arms around her. Who do you think the hero of Frankfurt? I'm not from Frankfurt. Leva, I was so worried about you. Aren't you always saying you're grown up? You're still such a crybaby. But you were suddenly taken away and shut down. I went to Major Fedia and Director Kruger for news, but they wouldn't tell me anything. The version of Escape from LA. Well, here I am, back again, with new friends too. Miss Kalina and I got the news. You're Sabo and Rebella, right? Lena lets go of Leva and waves happily at the door. Yo! Long time no see. Leva already told me you two had joined Nampa, but we never got the chance to meet again until now. So happy to see you. Take the small talk. Our mission is only just starting. Huh? Lena looks outside and realizes that the SSA's personnel at the hot hotel has already lined up. Kalina, now dressed neatly, stands dignified in the center of the living room and faces the door. This way, please. Thank you, Major. Lead the way. An unfamiliar middle-aged man passes through the formation, walking ahead of Fedia into the room. The suited man is not particularly tall and has a mild, friendly expression. Starkly contrasted by the armed SSA staff, he feels more like a warm breeze through the iron wall. He steps in, smiling apologetically, and hurries towards Kalina. He bows slightly before her and takes the initiative to shake her hand. My apologies, Madam Counselor. I was late because I was handling ODE's Year 1's aftermath. You're too kind. I should thank you for sparing the time to come. Please, let's talk outside. Of course, of course. Major, stay here. Dismiss SSA staff at the door. Things have settled down for now. The counselor is now safe. Any accusations against her are proven to be maliciously fabricated. Understood. Radio signals outside, and the SSA members all leave on command. Lena sneaks close to Leva. Leva, who's this geezer? Did I tell you to keep up with the daily affairs? Stay quiet, you'll know soon enough. Oh, I thought when Miss Colleen said she was meeting someone today, I thought she meant Rebella and Soft. The unfamiliar man sits down on the sofa with Kalina. Fedia, having shut the door, now stands silently between them, or behind them. Sorry for the rush, please pardon my manners. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Zimmerman, currently a legislator in the Parliament of Odessa Oblast. From now on, I'll be chiefly responsible for hosting you, Madam Chancellor. You do a great honor, Mr. Zimmerman. Just call me Kalina. It's all thanks to you and your efforts of the Oblast government that my subordinates and I are all able to clear our names so quickly. Thank you for your understanding, Miss Kalina. On behalf of Oblast government of Odessa, I offer my sincerest apologies to you and Anampa. A true British geezer. The matter's already solved, so there's no need to bring it up again. I have received orders from my superiors. My subordinates and I will officially represent the administration in the investigation of illegal armed forces in Odessa. May I trouble you to arrange the meeting I previously requested with the chief? That is exactly the other matter I came to discuss, but... Zimmerman looks around uneasily. These are all trusted elite T-dolls of the administration. No, Miss Kalina, please don't misunderstand. It's just that this doesn't seem like the right place to discuss such matters. I see. Then could you suggest a more suitable place? I'll have to resolve this as soon as possible. Other tasks can wait. That's excellent. This is Oblast Government Affairs Hotel. Less than 20-minute drive from the government building. If you don't mind, shall we go there to discuss the matter in detail? What were you saying, Mr. Zimmerman? The car is already prepared downstairs. Please come with me. Oh, and since this matter is of great importance, I must ask you to bring your subordinates as well. Hey look, nothing happened. We just went there from point A to point B. Like, no murder attempt and a 20-minute drive? After arriving at the government building, meeting room, Leva's group and Fedia each choose positions to take up guard. Once Kalina takes a seat, Zimmerman settles into a sofa opposite of her. Since you have already expressed your understanding, Miss Kalina, I won't waste your words or formalities. In truth, I invited you here today to discuss the matter of the chief in detail. Please, go ahead. I received a request to see the chief before. At the time, given the circumstances and secrecy requirements, we can only have the major inform you that the chief was unwell, and the meeting would have to be postponed. I know that Nampo is officially involved in investigation of illegal armed forces. Some matters can be spoken of more clearly. Wiping his forehead with a handkerchief, Zimmerman seems weighed down by something hard to say. According to what we know, the chief had already disappeared before the ODE-01 incident. Our subsequent attempts to contact the secretary has also failed. Go on the Waffle House next. I see. Zimmerman blinks at Kalina's apparent lack of surprise before regaining his composure. As expected, Anampa, your ability to cope with emergencies far exceeds ours. Miss Kalina, what I'm about to say must remain absolutely confidential until it is formally announced. Dude, I want coffee so bad. Holy shit. I actually want coffee. Like, right now. Okay, let's finish this cutscene first. Naturally. Please speak. Just 2 days ago, in a private villa on the outskirts of Odessa, we discovered the corpses of the chief and the secretary. What? According to the autopsy and the chief's contact records, They were most likely already killed before the ODE-01 incident. Surveillance footage shows that the main suspect is an unregistered armed doll. I invited you today because we need your help. You must confirm if this doll is the one you previously mentioned, the sexton who replaced the chief. Zeroman opens the projection screen. Sexton's shadowy figure appears in his surveillance screen catcher. Please, take a look. Although her face isn't shown, judging by the build, it almost certainly is her. Just as I thought. Zimmerman's refined air falters. His breath quickens, his voice lowers with suppressed fury, and his clenched fist leaves creases in his pants. Oh, okay. I can visualize it now. I was like, his clenched fist leaves creases in his pants. I was like, what, his clenched fist made him hard? But no, I get it. This is a great insult to public authority. A malicious provocation to me personally. An outrage I cannot forgive. It seems you and the chief shared a close personal bond, Mr. Zimmerman. He's gripping himself real good. Yes. The chief was kind. He was both a mentor and a friend to me. Rippin and Kruger. My rise from a foreign investor to where I stand today is entirely due to his support. To be honest, if not for his foreign investment proposals and the pro-business policies that followed, my small company would likely have been swallowed up by Europe's major conglomerates long ago. European Joe Biden. What a visual. European Joe Biden. Does he also say, come on, man? Like, instead of saying, come on, man, does he say, come on, Chop? You what, mate? So you see, Miss Kalina, for both public security and personal reasons, I must uncover the truth. He looked too sharp. I'll dedicate all of my power and that of the Oblast government to fully cooperate with Napa's investigation. We must eradicate the illegal arms forces looking in Odessa. I'm glad to have your support. In fact, before the incident, Napa had already made contact with the chief to begin the investigation. Unfortunately, that must be why they targeted him. If only I had noticed sooner, taking on some of his burdens, perhaps. Go order double chocolate ice cream. Please, don't blame yourself too much, Mr. Zimmerman. The methods were sophisticated. We also failed to detect them in time. You may not know this, but instead of focusing solely on Odessa's technological development, the chief paid greater attention to improving people's livelihoods over the past 2 years. Now with Gerard Cruz's purification jurisdiction about to be transferred to civilian administration, he was tirelessly inspecting all over the oblast. As a supporting legislator, I kept regular contact with him, yet I never noticed he had been replaced before his death. I find it hard to forgive myself. My deepest condolences. What we must do now is capture the hidden forces lurking behind the scenes and bring Odessa's development back on track. That is also what the chief would have wanted. Yes, you're right. Forgive me.
お見苦しいところ。
My personal feelings have overwhelmed me. I lost composure.
いいえ、お気になさらず。
There's no need to apologize. Without
怒
grief
り
and
と
anger,
悲しみは
there will be no
力
drive
に
to
変
make
わるもの
change.
です。
In his words smoothed over Zimmerton's awkwardness, he pursed his lips in gratitude, then glances towards Fedia.
少佐、少しいいかな。
Major, come here, please. Fedia steps forward, salutes, and waits for instructions.
カリーナさん、こちらは
Miss Kalina, this is Major Fedia of the Odessa Security Special Security Administration. You met him before.
ええ、オデッ
Yes,
サに着いてから
we've been under his care since we arrived in Odessa.
若いですが、
Zimmer person.
見る得難い人材です。今後は彼が特艦の精鋭
Don't be fooled by his youth.
特別チームを
The
編
Major
成
is one of the
し
rare
調査に
talents
協力します。
of the SSA in recent years. You will now lead an emergency response team of elite members, fully cooperating with our investigation. Huh? Lina had been listening in the conversation nearby, voiced out an exclamation, only get a tap from Leva before she hurriedly covers her mouth.
彼も命令で動いてるだけですから。
The Major is only following orders before. Please, hold the grudge against him.
ええ、わかります。
Those are all purpose duties. I understand.
リバさん。
Leva, bring the team over to introduce ourselves. At Kalina's order, Leva leads her squad forward. Stepping up as a representative, Leva approaches Fedia.
カリーナ参事直属の戦術人形部
I am Leva, leader of the Tito squad under Counselor
彼女たち
Kalina.
はメンバー
These are my teammates, Rebella, Sapo, and
それ
Lena.
からレナです。先日はお世話に
Thank you,
なりました
Major, for your hospitality earlier. I look forward to working with you. Fedia makes no retort despite Lena's sarcastic emphasis on the certain word. He simply nods seriously to each doll in turn, then shakes Leva's hand. And then Leva breaks his hand, and then throws him out the window. Lena smiles wryly as Leva quietly flashes a V sign. I thought she said flashes her V card, but no, it's a V sign. Behind her back.
可能な限り協力しましょう。
You have my full cooperation.
それでは正式に協力体制を築けたところで
And I'm
現状
Dylan.
と今後の方針についてすり合わせを行いたいと思います。
Good. Since cooperation is now established, let's discuss the current situation and outline the direction of future actions.
チマーマン議員、こちらの調査
Mr. Zimmerman, my people have already confirmed that illegal automatons, which intercepted and attacked us in conjunction with the armed police, belong to the Gerard Group. Does she still doesn't have that left eye? Or she's just doing charm? No, she doesn't have a left eye. It never got replaced.
ジラードグループとセクスタンスの関係はつかめませんでしたが、状況的にジラードグループが主席の死に関わっていると見て間違いないでしょう。
She probably could replace it by now. I mean, it's been 10 years. But she probably just doesn't want it. She's used to it. She's doing her best M16 impression. Although we have yet to find direct evidence linking the Gerard Group and Sextons, the current situation strongly suggests that they are involved in the chief's death.
それは私たちも考えました。ジラードグループの責任者に取り調べを行ったのですが、
Yes, we have considered that possibility. We have already questioned and investigated Gerard's representatives, but they claim that the two incidents were merely coincidental.
そんなの嘘っぱちに決まってるでしょ。
What coincidence? That's nonsense.
レナ、
Lena,
ああ、お気に
It's fine.
なさらず。
this is an informal meeting, and I want to hear honest opinions.
意見は多い方がいい。
Major Fedia, yours as well.
は
Why can't this be a tactical advantage? Understood.
カリーナさんの逮捕に向かったのは偽物の主席。
Those who arrested you were armed police,
武装警察
acting under falsified orders from the chief.
しかし
That much is fact. However, the illegal droids were not under police control. nor is there direct evidence that they were commanded by that doll. The Girard Group claims the droids were actually refurbished units prepared for resale. Was the commander in Ghost Frontline 1 as absent from the story as in Ghost Frontline 2? What do you mean? What do you mean by absent? On that day, the attack against you came from an accidental activation. System modifications were incomplete. The droids received conflicting commands when they detected gunfire during transport and indiscriminately attacked the sources. In their view, the attack and the Chief's replacement are unrelated. Well, in your early chapters, he literally didn't even have voice lines or dialogue. So I guess you can say he was absent like that, but yeah. I've already seen that conclusion in Namfa's investigation report. Like entire chapters going by without Commander appearing. Yeah, that happened in Ghost Frontline 1. Especially when Angelia was active. Angelia would be like 90% of the event, and the commander would be 10%. The Girard Group held jurisdiction over Odessa's purification zones and surrounding areas and left Legislator Ruick. I'm sure you've also learned about him from the report. It was neato fun time. He was more involved. Continuing turbulence is what you're talking about. Also called commander torture. And if you get into like after Slow Shock, there has been plenty of chapters where the commander was just not there whatsoever. So this is not new. Hey, City Hayati. City Hayati. Nice to meet you. Lena nods in an acknowledgement. Though Ruick Girard secured immediate protection orders for security automatons. Besides running the new production lines, they also handle refurbishing older armed droids. So the ones that attacked us were these refurbished units? Eco no Nito. Yes, due to negligence. The badge was not registered with either the Oblast government or Namfa. That's why they were classified as illegal during the ODE-01 incident. Welcome back to Riskin. What about Sextons? In the report, there was almost no intel on her. Does Girard Group truly have no ties to her? So far, Girard Group's explanation holds up. More evidence depends on finding Sextons herself. The PSA has already issued a wanted notice, and an Oblast-wide manhunt is underway. Huh? We're just letting Girard slip away like this? Lena. At Kalina's reminder, Lena zips her lips with a gesture. I understand your suspicions, but right now there's no legal basis for further charges against them. Still, thanks to the evidence you collected proving the direct connection between Girard's legal droids and ODE-01 disturbances, you are facing consequences. Welcome to politics, Lena. Yeah. Sorry, Lena's all about family. Application to transfer purification jurisdiction to civil administration which was already under review, has now been rejected. NAMPA has also issued them a penalty.
そうですね。
Yes, NAMPA did
確
fine
かにこちらは
the Girard Group and send a written warning.
罰金の
I've already
支
seen a
払いと
notice.
警告書を送付する決定を行いました。
Lena from Alabama, she would love to be there. Realizing Zimmerman is intentionally deflecting, Kalina drops the line of questioning about Girard's possible ties to Sextons.
セクスタンスについてですが、技術面からアプローチをかけて
Actually, I hope to gain more understanding regarding the Sextons whom we encounter from a technical perspective.
機械は
Since the Girard Group possesses advanced mechanical technology, I wonder if you could arrange a meeting with Legislator Ruick.
議員との会見
Perhaps I can attain more support through him.
彼の
Nemesis was a parody stall, right? That is a theory right now. We do not have any confirmation of that whatsoever. It is a decent theory, but there's no evidence to suggest that other than her costume. Oh, and I guess Nemesis did actually understood what Unitas was saying. Like, they sounded a lot. The words that she used, her dialogue, is a lot like Unitas. So yes, it is implied decently enough, but there's no confirmation. And dusty memories.
それは
That would be difficult.
なぜですか
Why?
リュウリック議員は
Legislators Ruick? No. In fact, several legislators of the Oblast government are currently busy preparing for the election.
選挙
Election?
ああ失礼
Oh, forgive me. I didn't explain clearly.
まだ
The news hasn't been made public yet, so it's no wonder you didn't know, Miss Kalina.
主席が亡くなり
With the chief untimely death,
政府が
both the people and the government urgently need a new leader. After confirming the chief's demise, we reported it to the central government of the RNC.
報告しました
You want Lina to V1 really badly. And you also want Leva. Basically, if you don't have Leva, you're losing a lot of DPS. However, I would have to spend money in order to get Lina right now, unless I get really lucky. I am going to get Lina, by the way. I am going to get her, but I'm going to have to wait for all of the free pulls in order to do that. And I have to win the 50-50 again.
昨日市民投票で代理主席を決めるよう中央政府から緊急の指示が出ました
Yesterday, the Oblast government received an emergency administrative directive. The Parliament of Odessa Oblast temporarily selected an acting chief based on public opinion will fulfill the chief's duties. We can use my Lina. I'd rather use your Leva, because Leva's V6.
本来次の選挙は1年後ですが代理期間でオデッサの情勢を安定させることができれば1年後の正式な
The official secession is still more than a year and away. If the acting chief can stabilize Odessa's situation and ensure its continued development during this period, they will likely succeed in next year's election. How about my family? Sorry, Intrinsics. I don't think so.
そのため議員たちは今回の臨時選挙をかなり重視しているのです
For this reason, all the legislators are given a great importance, especially Legislator Ruick. As the chairman of the Girard Group, he holds a huge advantage in this election. He has withdrawn from foreign affairs and is gathering his forces and preparing campaign speeches, hoping to gain wider support when the announcement is made.
なるほど。シマーマン議
I see.
員よろしいんですか
Don't you need to prepare as well as Mr. Zimmerman?
私たちの調査への協力
Supporting Nafa's investigation must be taking up much of your time. Oh, also, I don't think I could use yours anyway, Nixon. because in guilds you have to use your own guild. So I'm pretty sure someone in my guild would have V6 level. That said, I may just actually make my own guild at this point, because I do plan on playing the game a lot more now. And then we're at the good part of the game. I'm also very hopeful for the new gameplay changes. If the chief had retired normally, I wouldn't have the time either. But I have neither strong financial backing nor the chief, to whom I owe my career and position. Just take over this guild I have. Just join my guild. We have multiple different... Well, Dylan, yours is a tryhard, right? Yeah, yours is actually tryhard. I can't do that. I originally intended only to observe this election. Zimmerman pauses, his expression faintly melancholy. I'm the tryhard. But after today's conversation with you, I have decided to enter the race myself. Even if I am most likely only running as a token candidate, at the very least I must give voice to the late chief's political ideals. In 2 days, both the chief's death and start of the election will be announced together. The candidate list will be released within a week. Once my candidacy is confirmed, I will have multiple chances to deliver public speeches and give interviews. Can you actually transfer guild leadership? I thought you actually had to leave. I didn't know you actually had the ability to transfer leadership. So which one is like the... So Dylan, is your guild actually active? Because if it's active, then I would rather work with Nixon's guild, since apparently his is dead. Hey, welcome back, Chris. I'm back too. Yeah, the food was pretty good. Borderline dead and has 7 people active the last 15 days. Oh, okay. Yeah, Nixon, that one's rough. Maybe 15 active. Okay, yeah, Nixon's in much more dire straits. Yeah, Nixon, we can talk later about that. After this cutscene, I'll leave mine because it is 2 days away before Gunsmoke, so I actually do need to leave my guild now in order for the cooldown to wear off, and then I'll join your guild, and then we can talk about what to do. Okay, in 2 days, both the chief's death and the start of the election will be announced together. The candidate list will be released within a week. Once my candidacy is confirmed, I will have multiple chances to deliver public speeches and give interviews. Hey, Terrangust. How's it going? My visibility will not be high, but I will not waste any opportunity. Yes, I believe the people of Odessa will perceive your effort. Have you tried playing Ghost Frontline Fire Control? Only played the beta. So are you saying you do your Gunsmoke? Yeah, I will do my Gunsmoke. I may or may not try hard it, but I will definitely do it. I am A-okay with suffering through fun smoke. But tryharding is another thing entirely. Thank you. Of course, this won't affect my assistance to you. Whatever you need, I will do my utmost if it's within my ability. At present, there is indeed a favor I'd like to ask. I kindly ask that you approve a request. What request? I want to investigate the villa where the chief's body was found. Could you help coordinate and expedite the approval process? No problem. I will arrange it immediately. Please put your shirt, Miss Kalina. I heard they got rid of co-op mode, though. That was actually a big oof for me. I thought the co-op had a lot of potential, so it's just straight up PvP now. Thank you. Then we will submit the request at once. Then it checks the time. Sorry this late. We shouldn't disturb you further. Not at all. Providing assistance to you is my duty. Major Fedia, please arrange transportation to return Miss Kalina and her subordinates to their hotel. I will coordinate with the relevant departments to ensure the approval goes through swiftly. Huh. I love that. Huh. It's funny because, Miss Kalina, ladies, please come with me. It's funny because they actually do speak like that in the military. They go, whoop! As a response. Yeah, for Fire Control Core, or Fire Control, I'm either waiting for a PC version or global. It plays fine on mobile, but I would really prefer it on PC. I'm also not really dying to play. I'm not really dying to play Fire Control on a foreign server, since it's PvP only. If that feels like a disaster waiting to happen. NPC noises aggressively. What's with the uniform? This is cosplay. This is the commander's uniform for Ghost Frontline. Yeah, I know you don't play Ghost Frontline first, so I understand. So let me just show it. People have been asking about it. I'll show it off again. I'll swap scenes one more time. I'll make it quick. I know we got a story to do. Yep. Backside. Yeah, I appreciate everyone for donating to get this. The T pose. Honestly, it feels really comfortable to wear. I won't lie. T posing to assert his dominance. I actually really like this outfit, I'm not gonna lie. I should wear it more. But I want to keep it for special occasion. It also helps that I've been working out and losing weight, so it looks even better on me. To see the documents. Yeah, I appreciate that, Frisk. Honestly, I've been waiting for a while to wear this for the anniversary. Is this event the most political heavy so far? Yeah, I would say so. Hook up with T-Doll cosplayers. Hell yeah. Bidding farewell to Fedia. Kalina's group returns to their suite in the upper floors of the high-rise building. Leeva shoots for Bella a glance. Sapo, this room is huge. The decor is so fancy. Right. Hey, Kalina. Can I look around? It looks so much fun. I never stayed in such a big place before. Of course you can. Bella, please keep an eye on Sapo. Nanfa's budget isn't meant to cover damages. Alright. Rebella, let's go! Sapo dashes around the room with Rebella in tow. All the surveillance and listening devices have been dismantled. That must have been done while we were away. Huh, we can finally talk freely. I was suffocating. Leeva, Kathleen? How did I do earlier? I did a pretty good job, right? Yes. You are becoming more and more reliable. You did really well this time. In the future, you'll be able to take more burdens off my shoulders. I sure can. Oh, right. No wonder Bella suddenly gave me a tour. I completely forgot about the surveillance. Sapo really is a dog. Speaking of which, that must have been arranged by Mr. Zimmerman, right? He sent us all over Oblast government building just for this. That way, both sides save space, and it shows how much they value and trust you, Kalina. Well played. Indeed. On the surface, at least, the Oblast government stance towards us has softened. But only on the surface. I'm skeptical. Colleen, do you believe Zimmerman's words? The murdered puppy SF parts, yeah. According to Kruger's intel, Zimmerman's statement about ODZ Runison are factual. Regarding the chief's assassination and an election, he neither needs to lie nor can he afford to. However, his professional admiration for the chief, his decision to abandon his political ambitions and instead fully support investigation, I remain incredulous on these points. That complicated, huh? Well, at least the director used the clues Leeva found to land a blow against the Gerard group, forcing them to back down a little. That's enough for you? I said we could tear out an arm and a leg! From their highly lethal dolls we're calling it even. Relax, what's the rush? We can keep investigating. After a setback, Gerard will surely be less cocky. Huh? Leeva, why are you laughing? Did I say something wrong? Napa's penalty notice and investigation report on the Gerard group basically means that the matter is closed. At least publicly, the investigation must end here. That's what came of the director's negotiation with Legislator Ruick. Gerard so readily gave up administrative control only because they're confident of the victory in the acting chief election. In the end, the bullet we fired only singed the tip of the rabbit's tail. What? So what do we do? We're just letting him off? Of course not. But we can't continue pressing them using this incident. We must change tactics. I get it. A field investigation. Colleen, you want to research the villa for new clues, right? But what if Zimmerman really isn't supporting us? What if he's in league with Gerard? Wow, Ah, think about it. We better pack up and return to our original safe house before it gets bugged again. We can't do that yet. Staying here shows a corrupted stance. Responsibility is possible, but unless the Oblast government wants to sever relations with Nampa, they won't act rashly. As for Zimmerman, his personal feelings are unreadable. Who knows if he truly doesn't want to oppose us? He could already be reporting to Ruik, stalling the approval. Whether he is sincere or not, this is Nampa's first formal request since cooperation began, and it is a reasonable one. He won't refuse it. Liva, I'll take Sapo and Lena with me, and try contacting other legislators and relevant departments. See if we can get extra intel. Once the approval comes, you and Rebella go investigate the crime scene. Clean the process briefly. In addition, I'll need Lena's help contacting the commander. Although we agreed on a code beforehand, we haven't had the chance to establish comms with the Elmo. You worried? I just received word that Darcher had undergone an ownership transfer, but the exact details are unclear. The situation is getting more complicated, and the commander must be kept apprised. Isn't that to say you are worried? Yes. But shut up! Seeing Kalina blush, Eva flashes a sly fox-like grin. But don't you think it's odd? We've been trying to trace proof that Darcher and sections belong to Gerard. Now we even tried to transfer, yet we can't identify the original owner? We're hiding very deep. In fact, it's strange that we're able to detect the transfer at all. Doesn't it feel like that anonymous message Colleen received? More like a suspicious gift than a leak. Colleen, can your source be trusted? My 3 assists? Yeah, I did. Well, 2. I used 2. But honestly, that's kind of all I needed. I used it for Discord and 1 for Twitter. It seemed reliable enough. But I considered what you said. For now, it is safest to continue investigating in secret. Alright, in the meantime, Lena, help Colleen establish contact with the commander. Got it! And don't forget to pass along every bit of Colleen's worry, word for word. Levi! Just kidding. Anyway, it's a good plan. I gotta save for V6 row. Yeah, post a DM it to me, and I'll help you out. While you're busy out and about, you'll pull attention away from us. Lena, Sapo? Well, I don't think those highly lethal dolls will show for now. Remember that they are in the dark while we are in the open. After we sabotage Gerard's application for administrative authority, they might retaliate. Colleen's safety is in your hands. Leave it to us, Leva. They better come. I haven't had a real fight in ages! The conflict connects. Nampa has submitted a request to investigate the villa where the chief met with his accident. Zimmerman is secretly assisting them, speeding up the approval process. The other side has already abandoned the pursuit of that batch of illegal automatons. You should be off the hook for now. Understood. The legislative Ruik's decision to you To have you intervene was truly wise. Much obliged, Major Fedia. Alright. Couple of things. Let me get coffee. Getting coffee. 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 Nixon, give me a screenshot of your guild. That way I remember it. Make sure I got my shit first. Wait, what's this metal? A nice name, Redhead. What question? Intrinsics. Did I miss something? Buddy 14? Okay. Got it. And wow, it actually is only 10 members. Okay. Let me make sure the cooldown is actually still cooling down. Oh wait, I'm creating a guild. Hold on. Yeah, 5 the next day. Okay. Basically, on reset, I can join. I forgot. Is there any team that makes DSR 50 worth using? Fire teams. DSR 50 is kind of awesome. Copy. You know what? My doctor, when he actually left me notes to recover quickly, one of the notes said, "Don't drink coffee," and I said, "Fuck that! You can go suck my nuts." Oh, coffee's great. I mostly got it from my grandparents. My grandparents love the fuck out of coffee, and I kind of got it from them. The thing is, though, is that they used to just my grandparents, they just drink it raw, like just raw coffee, black coffee, no sugar or anything. They were hardcore about it. It was whatever was inside the store, or not store, but it's whatever we could buy inside the facility. Risk. But yeah, I think it was Dunkin' Donuts. That's me. Well, I would say it's the healthiest version. The most healthiest way to drink coffee is just drink it straight with no sugar or anything in it. I do use creamer. I use the zero sugar version. No, yes, milk coffee. Or PK milk. Okay, I'm continuing. Jesus Christ. Oh wait, think of Wei Masna. She's broken as fuck. Especially besides the V6er. If you V6er, she actually breaks the game. She breaks the game in half. V6 Voimasna is so broken, it made guilds quit. Not made guilds, but it made websites quit. Like making sites, and made them quit the game. Because it's like, just V6 Voimasna, game over. Yeah, whatever. Odd topic question. Does the crew deck have limited spots for only $22? I want to see 20 spots in the room for my 4-star crew. Yeah, you do need to swap them out. If you want to talk to them on the crew deck, you do need to swap out dolls. I'm assuming it's because of loading issues. Because the game actually does load kind of badly. I'm going to try to load in all the dolls. Okay, I'm going to continue. After showing the investigation permits to the PSA search team on site, Leva and Rebella enter the crime scene without trouble. Arriving on the second floor, Leva steps into a study-like room. V6 Waymoss. Yeah, pretty much, Warlock. The search personnel inside only glance at them briefly before resuming their work. Leva discreetly sends Rebella a comment request on level 2. Looks like Stearman had already tipped off these investigators, but just in case, let's talk on level 2. I am just reminded of the fact that Grosso Squad literally cannot talk on level 2 because they're so fucking bad at it. That's hilarious. Yeah, the approval for the investigation request also came through very quickly. Thurman isn't nearly as powerless as he claims. Naturally, he's still a member of the Odessa Parliament. A starved camel is still bigger than a horse. But shouldn't we first examine the first floor in detail? Several days have already passed since the investigators began their work. The first floor, where the chief was killed, has already been turned upside down. We're unlikely to find anything new there. Better to start with the second floor and check the first floor later. if I were to start saving for Voigtmassa and Helen, how well would that go? You probably wouldn't be able to V6. It's a little bit too soon, or a little bit too little time. A little bit too late to V6 anyone, especially both Voigtmassa and Helen. You would still have to spend money, I'm pretty sure. I just requested a copy of the search report. Rebella, take a look too. Leva sends the search report to Rebella. The chief and the secretary died at the same time. Both died of asphyxiation caused by bullets piercing the lungs. The scene only has bullet holes. No bullets left behind. According to ballistics, it was a handgun. Yes, fired at close range. Both struck fatally with a single bullet. The secretary fell in the entrance hallway. The chief in the living room. Precise and unhesitating. It looks like Sexton was ordered to silence them. By the time they were found, their bodies were badly decomposed. DNA testing confirmed their identities. This villa is registered under the chief's relatives, normally uninhabited. According to their testimony, the villa was purchased years ago at the chief's request. That must be why the security forces searching for him didn't find it right away. All surveillances inside and outside the villa has been completely destroyed and overwritten. The only image capturing the doll was from an aerial patrol drone with a flexible route. No surprise, given this is where social elites live. Aerial surveillance is indeed hard to avoid. But if only one drone managed to capture her, all other evidence must have already been erased. Exactly. But she still took the risk of being caught on camera to strike here. It was likely urgent. She might have left something behind. The chief deliberately concealed his ownership of this villa. He must have had reasons. Corruption? Who knows? Anyway, since we're here, let's look around. Otherwise we waste everyone's goodwill. Do you really believe it's goodwill? Oh, come on. I'm not suspicious as you. I won't jump to conclusions without being objective here. Leva casually starts flipping through the neatly stacked folders in the study. You haven't changed at all in this regard. Hmm? That sounds like you think I've changed in some other regard? From the moment Griffin disbanded and restructured, many of us have changed. True enough. Who would have thought that our pesky logistics officer who used to run around everywhere, would become a senior counselor in a government agency? That's normal for humans. Their whole lives are spent changing. I suppose that's true. Eva answers absent-mindedly while diverting processing power to catalog the documents before her. But it's not the same for us dolls. Leaving 404, joining Nafa with 9. This doesn't feel like the 45 of the past. Doesn't it? I think it's no different. Besides, we never left 404. We're just working separately for now. True, you're not officially affiliated with Nafa, but this is the first time you've been separated from 404 for so long, isn't it? That's true. Still, 404 is in the hands of my trustworthy teammates now. I miss them, but I'm not too worried. Once all the trouble's resolved, Lynn and I will kiss Nafa goodbye and reunite with them. Well, does that ease the trouble weighing on your new cloud? I don't understand what you mean. Not spell out, Rebella. You've always held doubts about me. not just about my specs, but about my loyalties, right? Don't look so awkward. The fact that you brought this up makes you feel better. Honestly, if I were you, I'd be suspicious too. We also need to keep in mind the reason why Rebella is so suspicious of Leva. It's because in the past, in Ghost Frontline 1, Leva did erase Rebella's memories. Not all of them, but specifically about her. Over 404, a squad that insists on self-management, avoid taking sides, and rejects restrictions, agreed to cooperate with a government agency. Once that cooperation is established, we'd be forced to give up a lot of our jobs. That's what I don't understand. The enemy is dangerous. I don't want to fight with doubts hanging over us. Actually, isn't it the same for you and Sapo? Us? From what I know, you and Sapo haven't truly joined Nafu either. You are still the AR team. It's just registered as a PMC AR team now. If the AR team was to survive after Griffin dissolved, we had to take another form. Oh? You don't seem to mind that I've looked in on you? Even if I cared, you wouldn't have stalked it with you. Besides, it's no secret. Rebella calmly works through the files before her, not even raising her head. She waits quietly for Levi to continue. 404 indeed had more options. Since 2065, business with 404 has only improved. More and more public and private contracts. You know what that means, right? War. Hidden from the light of day. With Germany and France being absorbed in the UNSC, and with the Neo-Soviet Union joining in as well, all sides strive to maintain friendly cooperation. Fewer shots are fired openly, but the undercurrents surge ever stronger. 404 profits from the great disputes, yet suddenly claims to hope for peace. Sounds like a joke. I know, but everything needs boundaries, and even the vaguest boundaries still need to be enforced. 404 walks that boundary. I don't want my teammates to be swallowed one by the undercurrents. The Namfa just happens to maintain the order I want. Our goals align. Your true goal is to protect 404. Of course. I'm just an ordinary second-gen doll. Once my logic is written, it doesn't change easily. Protecting 404's future is my duty as its leader. Former leader. That's why I'll give Namfa my full cooperation. Troublesome though it is, they do pay well. As for you, even if you doubt 404's conscience, you can trust how seriously 404 takes its contracts, can't you? Alright. Excellent. Now, as you yourself said, trust is the foundation of cooperation. Yes? Leva blinks as Rebella steels herself in preparation for the following conversation. So, Rebella, maybe you could also clear up some of my doubts? I need to become clean for nothing in return. Oh, come on. The AR team didn't go looking for the missing M4A1, but instead chose to assist Namfa. Who wouldn't be curious? At the mention of M4A1's name, Rebella answers without hesitation. Humans don't stand still. They only choose to go in different directions. Without Griffin's intel, Namfa was a reasonable choice. That's it? From an objective standpoint, yes. But subjectively, I want us to live more like humans. To make human choices, like humans do. Is Rebella Perska's best doll in Girls Frontline 2? What do you mean? In terms of what? There's a lot of ways you can be the best at something. Ever since Perska rebuilt me into a 3rd-gen doll, my base logic has been shifting constantly. It has given me more curiosity about humanity, more empathy. Empathy is a vague term for dolls. Do the rest of your team feel the same? Rebella sighs at Leva's question. In terms of specs, as M4. You could say M4 is in a league of her own entirely. M4 is the only doll there that just straight up has military parts inside her frame. And that was by Perska's behest. She did all that, so technically in terms of specs, M4 is Perska's strongest doll. And she's also the most human. If we remove M4, which I guess we can, since we're only specifically mentioning Girls Frontline 2, we have to keep in mind that Perska is basically IOP, so she basically made all of the dolls. Or at the very least, it's based on her designs. So, in terms of power, Rebella's pretty high up there. Even without her experience of the 10-year gap, she was able to go 1v1 against Gager, which is actually a pretty huge feat. Because Gager is extremely strong. And she can 1v1 her. But she's still not as strong as Sop. Sop is verifiably stronger than Rebella. Rebella is the prototype to Gen 3 dolls, yes. Rebella sighs at Leva's question. No, even though their frames are far more unique than mine, with almost no chance of replacement if destroyed, like humans, only with a single life. Yet their base logic is the same as ordinary dolls, always putting the orders first. At Rebella's words, Leva's hands freeze briefly. So you want them to make their own choices like humans? Is Gen 3's Lily wise? Yes, you can put it that way. Sure. Yeah, I know it's difficult, and it mostly depends on Perska's research. For now, my greatest wish is to walk into the future together with the member of the AR team. The work with Nonfoot isn't exactly a peaceful job. If you worry so much about your teammates' safety, why drag Sapo into danger? From what I know, after Griffin dissolved, many dolls chose to live more ordinary lives. What you're doing now isn't so different from the missions you undertook from Griffin, isn't it? My choices may seem illogical to you, but it's not the same for me. I no longer fight just for the sake of fighting. My life and teammates' lives are no longer bound only to cold frames and code. This much is clear to me. Yeah. An ordinary second-gen doll like me can't hope to understand. Perhaps. But at least our goals don't conflict. Eva walks over to Rubella and extends her hand. For now, we both work for Nampa. You and Sapo are my teammates, just like 404. You're my people. I hope we can cooperate smoothly. The investigators must think we're odd, shaking the hands out of nowhere. Who cares? We're dolls. Staring at Leva's outstretched hand, Rubella hesitates briefly, then finally claps it. Now let's talk business. Found anything? Why is she in the secret? What does that fucking mean? Where did that come from? Nothing. Just copies of Odessa construction contracts and filing materials. Low confidentiality, and most are already public. These look useless. Helene sent the wrong person. Sapo should be the one looking for evidence. Oh? I think you've already spotted the problem. What? Most contracts these days are used biometric verification and online signatures, with electronic backup stored. But here, the chief has paper copies, kept outside the secure archive. Doesn't that strike you as odd? Was doll research halted for 10 years between Ghost Runner 1 and 2? No. You have to keep in mind that dolls are actually not that popular right now. They're not looking to make dolls stronger. Well, most of them. Most places are not looking to make dolls stronger. They're looking to have dolls to be more versatile. Versatile in a lot of ways. They're not really trying to make dolls for combat. Most people aren't really looking to do that. The Gerard group is obviously different. They're trying to do a lot of things that, like what IOP is doing. So really, it's just two places: IOP and the Gerard group. Everywhere else, they're actually very happy with just Gen 2 dolls. No one really wants Gen 3 dolls because they don't want them to have free will. If this isn't improper storage of confidential documents, then it's deliberate? Did the chief have these stored in print here on purpose? That's a fair assessment. Paper is fragile, but with careful handling, it's harder to trace than digital records. Considering the electronic traps we encountered before, the chief must have anticipated this. He was cautious, but unfortunately... And look, these contracts and records all relate to Odessa's recent construction in green zones and lubrication zones, but they share another common link. The Gerard group. Considering the chief's covert cooperation with Nampa to investigate Gerard's illegal arms forces, this villa may have been his secret base for storing the investigation results and contacting his collaborators. No wonder he had ownership of this villa. Besides, look here. Levi has a stack of reports to Rubella. These are the public facility maintenance costs in Odessa in recent years. The costs are so high this year. Right? I graphed it out. It's not just this year. Costs have been soaring steadily, but in spite of all the contracts, Odessa's development has actually slowed. That's Gerard's real name. They cozy up to the government with upfront generosity, offering cheap tech and resources, then use public opinion to put their executives into the parliament, gaining more legitimacy. At the same time, they have full access to all information regarding Odessa's construction projects, which enables them to tighten their political and economic control on Odessa, and hike maintenance costs by exploiting their patents. They're Nintendo! No! That way, they reap profits far exceeding what no businesses could achieve. And all this is driven by Gerard's chairman, Legislator Ruick, a brilliant entrepreneur, or should I say, strategist. Data shows Gerard currently holds over 50% of the construction projects in Odessa and surrounding satellite cities. If Gerard acts with malice, they could easily cripple most urban functions of the city clusters in Odessa's white and green zones, and even stall the purification project nearby. No wonder Chief feared them and launched his secret probe. Not only that, it's also Gerard's bargaining chip for administrative control. After all, if they hold administrative control, they can waive their own patent fees. They'll even be shouldering the construction projects out of corporate responsibility. Gerard has become a cancer clinging to Odessa's bones. Without paying those patent fees, most infrastructure would need costly refits. There's no way the Odessa Oblast government could afford such costs. So if the Oblast government, backed by an external force such as the UNC, show hard opposition to the Gerard group, or rejects their bid for control outright, public opinion would shatter Odessa's hard-earned and fragile peace. But if Gerard was a clinker? What do you mean by that? 9 has passed for Odessa's people to forget that they once belonged to the Neo-Soviet Union, which used to be fully independent. The Gerard group is forcing the Oblast government's hand. Too bad it's still just conjecture on our part. We lack proof that their maintenance quotes are false. But shouldn't government projects also be checked by someone other than the Gerard group? That's what bothers me. Normally, anti-monopoly measures would prevent Gerard from taking on so many construction projects. I'm afraid it must be hidden interest chains. Perhaps the chief saw the signs, which is why he was killed? We can't be sure yet. That is the only thing in this room we haven't checked yet. He would cast a glance at the chief's laptop on the desk. I looked. It's encrypted. Should I crack it now? Yes, please. You can handle that, right? There are plenty of people here. It's best if one of us keep watch. No problem. Thank you. The encryption is fairly tricky, but I can handle it by myself. Leave how are things from your side? Don't worry. Everything's fine. I'll start then. Yeah, if only Rebella had her own banner, we could actually use her here. But we had to wait till part 2. You're secretly a T-doll all along. I don't know. Would you actually want that? That seems pretty silly.
今のうちよ。降参するのが今のうちよ。暗号化が複雑で、まだ時間がかかります。
I'm not surprised, Nixon. This was like the moment you were waiting for. This was your moment. Yeah, both of the sisters. You just had to wait for Lainey now. The encryption is quite complex. It'll take some time. Things are going smoothly enough. We have time. Just as Rebella prepares to crack the code, footsteps and harsh voices sound outside the door. The volume isn't high, but the tone is sharp. The Chief's data are all confidential. How dare you allow outsiders? Enough of us has taken over the case. Miss Clear's request to search the site is hardly unreasonable. Hardly unreasonable. I'll deal with them. Then with you. Curtis did seamlessly replace a few people with Nidos. Actually replaced a lot of people with Nidos, but the difference between Nidos and T-Dolls is that it's easy for humans to know what a T-Doll looks like because they look uncanny. Nidos don't have that problem at all, actually. Such a temper. The voice print match shows the one of is Leicester Zimmerman. The other is not in the database. Looks like our new friend is here to make trouble. Rebella, pause your work on the Chief's laptop and notify Colleen. Keep the level 2 comms link open and wait for my orders. Understood. He's also friend shaped. I would love to V6 RO, but I just don't have the means to do it at all. At this point, I'm going to have to wait for M4 to come out, since I'm trying to get all the dolls. If I didn't make that a personal goal, I would have stayed for RO. I won't lie. Neva swiftly exits level 2. She turns to the doorway and positions herself in front of the desk. Right at that moment, a well-dressed middle-aged man strides in, with Zimmerman hurrying behind. The investigators in the room recognize the newcomer and immediately stop, snapping to salute. Let's leave you such ceremony. Please return to your work. Saying this, Zimmerman hurriedly steps between the middle-aged man and Leva. Come, let's make introductions. These are Counselor Kalina's subordinates, Tentacle Dolls, Leva, and Rebella. And that's Legislator Ruick, currently serving the Parliament of Odessa Oblast. An honor to finally meet you, Mr. Ruick. Your reputation and that of the Gerard Group precede you. Ignoring Leva's completely, Ruick turns to snap angrily at the search personnel present. Who allowed you to let unauthorized outsiders into the site? Arrest him at once. The search personnel, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, now glanced nervously between the three parties. If the Oblast government confidential documents are leaked, can you afford the consequences? Understood. Under Ruick's pressure, the search personnel moved to surround Leva and Rebella. We hold an Oblast-approved investigation permit from Odessa. That hardly makes us outsiders, does it? Mr. Ruick, could there be some sort of misunderstanding? Misunderstanding?
そこにいるチマーマン
That's right.
のおかげで申請は
It was thanks to Mr. Zimmerman's coordination that we were able to obtain the permit so quickly.
そうですよね
Isn't that right, Mr. Zimmerman? Lever presents the permit to Ruick. He glances at it before glaring hard at Zimmerman.
はい
Yes, I asked for the relevant departments to accelerate the approval process. Zimmerman's tone is calm, but a thin sheen of sweat is visible on his forehead. I authorize you to assist NAPFA in investigating the chief's death and the illegal arms force behind it. When did I allow you to help them steal government secrets?
カリーナさんたちはしっかり
Miss Kalina and her subordinates are simply following regular investigation procedure and participating in the on-site search. Note that the documents is involved. Note that they're investigating the case, and yet they skip searching the first floor where the incident occurred, coming straight to the second floor study.
人形の理屈は人間と違い
A
ます
doll's reasoning differs from humans. Perhaps they could find clues from another angle to help us catch the chief's murder sooner. Humans from Nikke's. I mean, that's probably because Nikke's actually look real from top to bottom. Besides them always holding a gun, of course, right? At least I don't believe they ever mentioned any differences at all, actually. Besides them looking the hot as fuck, I guess, but I don't know, even human girls and Nikke are pretty hot looking. Your reasoning sound as asinine as theirs. Do you think the government confidentiality levels are far for show? Rook raises his voice, turning his vicious gaze back. These two dolls have already come into contact with high-level classified Opus top secrets. They must be arrested at once, and their neuroclouds purged. Restrain them and bring them back to the PSA.
リュウリックさん
Mr. Ruick,
まさか警察すらジラードグループに
does the PSA administration belong to... Does the PSA belong to the drug group too?
少なくとも表面
At least not openly.
大ごとにしないようカリンに言われたから
Galen told us not to trigger a
ここは
conflict.
逃げるよ
We'll have to find a chance to skedaddle.
誰も
Skedaddle.
あの二人は
Make sure not to actually injure anyone, especially these two honorable legislator. Just as Leva and Rebella take up defensive stances, hurried footsteps sound outside once more.
リバさん、ロベラさん、調査はどう
Leva, Rebella, how's the investigation go?
チマーマン議員
Mr. Zimmerman,
どうして
what's going on? And this must be Mr. Ruick?
リュウリック議員ですか
Almost everyone present breathes a sigh of relief upon Kalina's arrival, though Ruick's brow furrows tighter still.
カリーナさん
Miss Kalina,
ここに
why are you here?
仕事が早めに終わったので
I finished work early
様子
today,
を見に
so I thought I'd come by.
主席には生前お世話になったので
You weren't in close contact with the chief before his
犯人を
death.
逮捕できるよ
You may well have been murdered because of that. I want to personally oversee my subordinates' work and assist your side in finding the culprit quickly. Well, as far as I know, one example of Nikke's actually being able to live as humans is Mary and Pepper. They actually are still doctors inside their hospital, and no one knows that they actually died and became Nikke's. And they look exactly like how they were before. So, I don't think that's I don't think them recognizing Nikke's as Nikke's is actually a thing in that game. And honestly, they don't really explain it very well in Ghost Frontline 2 either. They didn't even explain it well in Ghost Frontline 1. In fact, the opposite happened, where people didn't recognize T-dolls as dolls, with much more varying degrees of difficulty. It's only in Girls Frontline 2 where they actually just straight up say, oh, it's easy for a human to see that a doll is actually a doll. And yeah, at least imply it's because of how their faces look. Their faces look too uncanny. That's the implication, but they never actually straight up say that. So I actually even wonder if that was supposed to be a thing. Because they established that in Macchiato's event. That's the first time it's ever been mentioned. Before then, it was much more ambiguous, and it leaned a lot harder on them not actually noticing that dolls are dolls. So that was, you can either call it a clarification or a retcon. It's one of those two. You were in close contact with the chief before his death. You may well have been murdered because of that. I wanted to personally oversee my subordinate's work and assist your side in finding the culprit quickly. Are the two of you here for the same reason? Yes, today was meant to be a regular Desk of Parliament meeting. Because of the chief's case, many proposals couldn't proceed. Mr. Ruick, deeply concerned and always respectful of the chief, suggested we come to the site. What do we find? Your subordinates attempting to steal confidential Obelisk documents, Madam Chancellor. I think up close you can tell though. I respond Nikke's or RT dolls. Because, like I said, Ghost Frontline 2 made it really easy for dolls to be pointed out in the real world. Or, not in the real world, but in the world of Ghost Frontline. And that wasn't the case in Ghost Frontline 1. Like, not at all. Even if you look up close in Ghost Frontline, you couldn't tell. It really depended on how the doll looks. So there was two examples. The first example is Sapo. And Sapo was confronted by like a random passerby trying to recruit her for like some cult or something. I don't remember. And she couldn't tell that Sapo was a doll until she looked really closely. Which sounds stupid because Sapo is Sapo. She doesn't even look human. Or at least completely human. Out of all the dolls that we've seen in Ghost Frontline 1, Sapo is probably the easiest one to tell that she is a doll. And then the other example is with M4. When M4 was helping the soldiers, one soldier said, "Oh man, they're actually recruiting child soldiers now. Oh, that sucks." And then M4 had to say, "Actually, I'm a doll." And he's like, "Oh, really? Man, dolls look so human nowadays." So yeah, you can either see it as clarification or retcon. Revealing secrets? Liva, what's going on? We were only following procedure and searching the site, but the illustrator seems convinced of our guilt. He's all ready to drag us back to the PSA and purge our neural clouds. Is that so? Legislator, as you can see, my subordinates are dolls. Their command opposition rests with me, and they're acting on my orders. Do you mean to say I ordered them to steal secrets? Queena's tone is calm, her expression gentle, but her words land with weight. She stands before Ruick resolutely, showing no signs of backing down. Ruick, who has been staring at the dolls, now shifts his gaze to her. Zimmerman hastily stuffs his handkerchief back into his pocket and steps forward.
カリーナさん、私個人と一族の名誉をかけて誓いましょう。これは誤解です。
As dressing up as M4. No, Dandelion would do that though. Miss Kalina, on my honor and my family, this is all just a misunderstanding. Yes, I believe you. And I believe Mr. Rurik as well. Since it's a misunderstanding, it must be resolved quickly, so that the Odessa Oblast government and Nampa don't suffer further. Had any, unpleasantness. All the better then. Liva, explain your actions carefully to the legislators. Could investigators also come closer and verify her account? I think RO's chest would be a dead giveaway. RO is bigger, but M4 is also pretty big. So, here's her deal, actually. At Kalina's prompt, Liva steps forward to explain. The search personnel, with Rogue's tacit consent, also draw near. Meanwhile, a quiet message is sent through the level 2's comms link. Val gets to work. Crack the laptop now. Copy everything. On it. Copy complete. We have all the chief's data from this computer. Liva winks at Kalina, who instantly understands. Legislators, based on Liva's account and the cooperation of the search personnel, after entering the room, my subordinates merely looked at a few contracts on the desk. While some were confidential, they were of a low classification level, and since we hold a search warrant, this counts only as a minor infraction. I apologize for their viewing the documents without prior authorization. I'll further regulate their behavior. Could the TV overlook it this time? That'll be acceptable. Fuck you! Confidential is confidential. Whether high or low level, project details cannot be compromised. What they saw must be erased. I understand your concern. It was our mistake to begin with. But since Mr. Rick emphasizes procedure, then we must follow procedure. What do you mean? The Parliament of Odessa Oblast does not, itself, hold punitive authority. Moreover, my subordinates belong to Nampa. Nampa and Odessa governments are equal partners. Even if their neurocloud records must be purged, it should be Nampa's own specialized institution executing it, with results shared with your side. As for the time of execution, Nampa has a detailed contingency plan. Normally, the process takes 2 months. Of course, we'll urge said institution to expedite the procedure at every stage. Once approval is granted, we'll promptly inform you of the execution date and location. If you're interested, Mr. Ruick, you may apply through official channels to supervise. Until then, should any leaks occur, Nampa will cooperate fully with the investigation. We have no reason to take the risk. I don't have time to wait for your fucking approvals. You can wait personally. If you're pressed for time, you can send a subordinate to supervise. Rurik glares at Kalina, the tension in the room near breaking. Zimmerman inhales deeply and steps between them again. Alright. What matters now is investigating the chief's death and the legal arms force, isn't it? And Mr. Ruick, don't you have other weighty matters to attend to yourself? Focusing on such trifles is only wasting your time, isn't it? If you still don't trust them, since I'm hosting Miss Kalina, I'll go supervise myself. Very well. Ruick nods slowly, his face still dark. He barks out an order to the search personnel, though his eyes never leave Kalina. Since the chief's villa contains Obla's confidential documents, effective immediately, only PSA search staff can remain. Everyone else leaves until the documents are secured, and only then does the investigation resume. Understood? Oi! Madam Counselor, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. No need to trouble yourself. Mrs. Zimmerman, escort Counselor Kalina and her subordinates back to their hotel safely. Do your job well. Leave the lady with a good impression. Without waiting for Zimmerman's reply, Legislator Ruick gives Kalina a perfunctory nod and marches off. Zimmerman once again pulls out his handkerchief, dabbing sweat from his forehead. He forces a strained smile at Kalina. Mr. Ruick has always been strict. With the Gerard Group's bid for administrative control rejected and the chief's sudden death, he's under a great deal of pressure lately. His words may sound harsh, but please don't take offense. Not at all. I'll just follow procedure. Good, I'll arrange a driver to take you back. You'll be notified once the documents here are moved and the site is reopened. Very well, thank you. Liva's group takes their leave of Zimmerman and returns to their room. Lina and Sapo hurry to greet them. Liva, are you alright? When Zimmerman secretly messaged us, I was so scared. And Colleen wouldn't even let Sapo and me come along. See? We're fine. If Colleen had let you two come, it really would have turned out an accident. Liva rustles Lina's hair affectionately. I was worried about you, Liva. No wonder you got here so quickly, Kalina. Yes, thanks to Zimmerman. When things looked wrong, he immediately alerted me and after leaving the Obelisk government building. Zimmerman looks weak and reluctant to show his stance against Gerard openly, but he has certainly acts behind the scenes. But with all this effort to curry favor from us, does he truly just want to find the chief's killer and root out the illegal arms forces? At least for now, his interest aligns with ours. True. A politician without ambition would be stranger still. And what a coincidence! Just as we obtained approval to investigate, Rogue happened to walk in? And it wasn't a coincidence. Right. Even with the chief dead, a companion legislator has no reason to suddenly visit the site. From our intel, the chief and legislator Rook were at odds. Deeply concerned and always respectful of the chief? What a joke. Leva, you mean our movements were leaked? Rubik knew exactly that Rebella and I went straight to the second floor. Yes, let me planted eyes among the search staff. Maybe we were being watched from the moment we filed the request. Maybe even earlier. Remember 2 days ago when we contacted the commander? Someone forced the agreed upon code, lured the Elmo to the yellow zone, and ambushed the commander. Though in the end, all turned out fine. Yeah, they fucked up Archer. Liva only shrugs, giving no further comment. The Oblivion government's internal relationships are still murky. Everyone must act with extra caution. Rebella, anything unusual in the chief's files you copied? Within what's visible, there are only very few documents. Nothing seems out of the ordinary. Aside from a handful of official files, the chief's computer held almost nothing else. You must have habitually cleared data from it. But judging by the hard drive storage space, it should hold more. I've also saved the hidden files, cache, and fragments just in case. There may be clues there. Good. To be safe, let's have specialists analyze them. I'll file repair requests with liveness within the week. Sapo, get ready. Yeah? Me? I'm getting repaired? I'm fine though. I can get out of a squad of sync with diner gates in one burst. But in 2 days, you'll accidentally suffer a little damage. There's gonna be an ambush off in 2 days? That's what that means? Woohoo! Is it Gerard droids? Or sextants? Or Darcher? Bella, I'll turn those guys into trophies and display them in my room! I kinda wanna laugh, but Liva, am I also like this in your eyes? Sapo, Kalina wants you to personally deliver the copy data to Liveness. Gerard has a strong electronic warfare capability. Even ARM may not be safe. Solid state transfer is more secure. Oh. Sapo fired up for just a moment ago, immediately droops. Although the Vila's contents sat for days without being moved, Rook was likely only seizing the chance to interfere with the investigation again. But since the Gerard group had to resort to killing the chief, he must have known something. We cannot miss a single lead. Sapo, you're the most mobile. Escort duty falls to you. I won't lie, I just want to see Sapo murder something and then scream the gamer word. Alright, have fun, Recon. Have a good Thanksgiving dinner. Setup wants the request is submitted. Alright, leave it to me. Yeah, like in Ghost Frontline 1. I really want her to scream gamer words. I won't lie. Two weeks later. The voice of a news broadcast echoes in the room. Diva leans by the window, her gaze following the aerial cameras flying across the sky, finally settling on the live footage projected onto the giant screen above the distant commercial street. My, what a lively scene. Just a few days ago, they were mourning the chief, denouncing the illegal arms group, and now poll results from the first survey are already out, along with the confirmed schedule and rules of the election. The UNC Central Government demands that the interim chief election be kept simple, shortening both the process and duration. The duration sure is shortened, but the scale? Nothing simple about it. Militia Giroux's campaign speech today looks more like a pre-World War III superstar concert. Wow, there must be at least 10,000 people down there. This only happens with Ruick, right? The other candidates have given speeches too, but none with that kind of spectacle. Zerma's speech didn't even get a live broadcast news. It was only streamed online. The news only gave him a few passing shots before moving on. And judging by the first poll results, Zimmerman really isn't looking good. LHG's conservative, steady political line doesn't seem very appealing to the people of Odessa. Yeah, he really needs to up his game. He starts out trailing badly, then all of those unattached swing votes won't go to him later either. A full broadcast for the speech, then a follow-up interview too. Odessa might as well just hang the next chief sign around Rook's neck. That would make a simple election. Mr. Rook, just now in your speech, you mentioned that since you entered politics, the drug group has not only supported Odessa's development, but also formed close cooperation with the UNSC in many fields. Could you expand on that? Of course. But first, I need to correct one part of your phrasing, ma'am. As everyone knows, since the Joint Development Agreement was issued, Odessa was designated a white zone city. Supporting Odessa's development is, in of itself, part of cooperating with the UNSC. In recent years, the Girard Group has focused on identifying the problems we encountered during Odessa's development and turning them into workable plans, which has helped advance the purification project the UNSC is pushing forward. Currently, the purification vehicles we must manufacture are already deployed across Odessa and the surrounding administrative regions. Everyone must have plenty of them in the news. Yes. Right behind me, not far away, is a factory established by the Girard Group with many purification vehicles assembled and waiting to be shipped. So then, regarding the future of the Girard Group, do you have any news you can share? I'm afraid not. Several projects are in planning, but not at a stage for public release. However, the Girard Group has already poured most of its liquid capital into the early phases of such businesses, which means, very soon, there will be a new stock issuance. That's certainly good news for the residents of Odessa. This will surely have wide ramifications on the secondary market. Mr. Ruick, isn't it risky to reveal this information in advance? Ha 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 ha! The Girard Group is indeed a large commercial conglomerate, but the funds we collect through the stock market came from the residents themselves. And when we invest in them into the research and urban development, they directly benefit the residents too. Never forget, Girard started as a small factory here in Odessa, and it was thanks to the support of Odessa's people that we reached today's success. So, on behalf of the Girard Group, I say, thank you. And we must thank you and the Girard Group for your contribution to Odessa's Oblast. Staring at Rue's smiling face on TV, Linda turns her head away with displeasure. It's all empty talk, blah blah blah. Colleen, can we stop watching this? Sure. Helena turns off the TV with a chuckle. That interview is obviously scripted. Why else would they not mention anything about the illegal armed group attack on you, Miss Colleen? That's old news already. The turmoil doesn't even leave the scratch on Girard. The only effect was a tiny dip in their stock price. Just a tiny dip. Nothing that could affect their market value. Still, a dip is a dip. Ordinary people buy rising stocks, not falling ones. Is this really good time for Girard to issue new shares? Most likely they'll be bought up in no time. Exactly. The dip wasn't raised as soon as the interim chief election was announced. Girard stock has been soaring for days. With news of a new issuance out now, no retail investor or institution would pass up on the golden opportunity. So we just sit and watch them profit after doing all the bad things? That's so frustrating, Leva. After the last turmoil with illegal droids in OD-01, the direct group has already raised their guard to the maximum. There are fewer and fewer cracks. To bring them down, we need to wait for the right timing and gather enough evidence. Colleen, what about Leibniz's analysis? I see you scheduled a video conference with her today. Nothing escapes you. Good timing too. About to start. Let's all take part in the call. Then the glasses at her terminal. I gotta say, by the way, I fucking love how fast the text speed is. I am so glad they fixed this. Oh man. It was so goddamn annoying. Looks like Leibniz is already in. She projects the video feed. Sako's nose fills the screen with an exaggerated close-up. Leibniz! Nice camera! Did you enhance the resolution? Hey, don't mess with that! If you break it, I won't be able to video call First Cut tonight. What's the big deal? Every time you video call, you just ramble on while First Cut is either asleep or working on new tech. You never shows her face anyway. You might as well just talk to her via the audio call. Must be the reverse technology. It's normal for DSI Prescott to be too busy to chat on video calls, but I must show her proper respect and make her our scheduled daily call. She's hopeless. We are frozen. Am I lagging? I just upgraded my bandwidth 2 days ago. No, it's fine. The solar end is not very stable. It's fine now. Let's get to business. Okay, I'll keep it short. The copy of files you sent contain no anomalies. I checked every visible and hidden file. No suspicious fields. I see. However, aside from those files, the copy also included some redundant data. That's normal, but I processed it just to be fair. So that's why you asked for more time. Did you find something? Yes, some of the recovered data turned out to be system logs. Operations the chief performed on his email account. I traced them to the server with the credentials you gave me. Although most records on the server have already been scrubbed, I managed to recover a few emails by combining them with the local redundancies. Most are just normal government documents, but one contains only a string of characters. Another string? Yes, but this one isn't encrypted. It clearly looks like a set of coordinates, plus a constant string. The real catch, though, is the recipient. Who is it? Leibniz stares at Kalina for 2 seconds. It's like you really don't know. It's you, Kalina. Your name is in the recipient field. I confirmed the account with Kruger. It's yours. Me? Kalina quickly checks her mailbox in surprise. I never received that email. It was never successfully sent. It got blocked by signal interference. Could be a chance, could be deliberate interception. Unless you can get me the hardware, I can't tell for sure. The chief's personal computer is still under Opa's control. And that's the end of the trail. Once control lifts, any traces will be gone. Her porn was discovered. It's all porno commander in a swimsuit. Anyway, I'll send the details to you. The rest is beyond my expertise. She sends Kalina a message with an image attached. It's still from a surveillance video from an empty lab. But at the bottom edge, the tip of a pointed ear is visible. Is this Persica?
Yes, I made this screenshot during yesterday's call. Seeing Fresco falling asleep from exhaustion gives me no excuse to slack off. I'm sure you can use the same encouragement. Cleta smiles wryly and cranks up the brightness of the photo. Hidden characters emerge from the shadows. I'll treasure this picture. Thanks. It's just work. I still have a meeting with the researchers later, so I have to go. Sapo's maintenance is completed too. She's ready to return anytime. Leibniz quickly signs off. Sapo, that's it for today's call. You'll stand by and wait for it to be recalled. I just checked those coordinates. It's a light rail station in satellite city ODE-22. But the constant string at the word exceeds the number of platforms. Not a platform then. Employee ID maybe? Station staff and patrol droids have alphanumeric IDs based on the city and station name. Doesn't fit either. What else has station is purely numeric? Timetable? Service number? No, it doesn't match. Surely it can be floor tiles. Could it be a locker? If you split it? 011 4773. So maybe locker 11. Password 4733. That's very possible. I'm not sure how they can look at a string of numbers and go, yeah, that's a locker. That's very possible. I checked the chief's travel record. He did visit ODE-22 a few days before his death for an administrative rights inspection. While it's possible, it's suspicious as hell. A light rail locker isn't safe. Will the chief really leave something there for Miss Colleen? There are better ways to pass information, no? Unless he realized he was already on surveillance and had no time for safer options. Sadly, he can't ask for us anymore. So what now? Do we follow this? Honestly, I don't buy that we just happened to recover an email made with Colleen through a sheer dumb luck. The discussion stalls. Kalina thinks for a moment. Then comes her decision. We'll keep looking into this. Even if it's a trap, it's our only lead. We'll lose our only chance once the Gerard group sees its real power in Odessa. The upgraded Dewey Decimal System. Of course, I'll also use non-push channels to look for other openings. But Heroic let us leave? You probably planted eyes all around us. Leaving Odessa through normal means will be hard. Viva, you three leave tomorrow morning. Avoid surveillance, take the car through the green zone, and head for ODE-022. I'll have Sapo join you en route. However, I know. Once outside the white zone, the illegal arms group will be on us again. But if we take the light rail openly, not only will our destination be exposed, the Obelisk government will also bury us in all sorts of bureaucratic nonsense and probably outsides with tails. Yes, there are unknown dangers ahead, so be extra careful. Stay in contact. I'll remain here, helping as best I can. We're counting back up, Colleen. Sitting at his desk, Ruud connects to a comms link. Congratulations, legislator. A landslide lead in the first poll. Who else could they pick besides me? Zierman, that useless clown. Looks like congratulations are due in advance, Chief Ruick. You contacted me just to flap your lips. Of course not. Those non-for dolls are in a move again. According to Major Fedia, they vanished 2 mornings ago. They're sharp and didn't take the rail. But with Heli's help, I swept the Obelisk surveillance feeds. A few clips caught them. The destination seems to be ODE-22. ODE-22? Indeed. So the chief still managed to sneak his message out under all our guard. Truly a remarkable man. And still a corpse. Sexton's botched it. Couldn't even finish a simple damn job. Rook's expression darkens, though he doesn't seem very surprised. Sexton was indeed incompetent. She's already been punished accordingly. You better watch yourself too. If your intel hadn't been late, the chief wouldn't have had time to nearly tip off that counselor. And I wouldn't have needed to have him killed. Or move the data center during the critical period. Remember this. 3rd gen doll tech is still being refined. The more you expose your flaws, the sooner you be obsolete. Hakun's voice falters under that rebuke. That was my oversight. I've already ordered armed automatons to intercept them. Shame Darcher's last frame was lost on the mission. The new one still needs fine-tuning, otherwise it should be perfect for this. You cleaned up Darcher's records? Yes, as per your order, they have been dealt with long ago. No matter who investigates, how deep they dig, there's no way they can link Darcher to the drawer group anymore. I even made her show some distinctive changes, and also laid a false trail. By now the other side should be fixated on Darcher's ownership transfer. Good. And don't chase those dolls too hard. If they actually reach the destination, all the better. Oh? So you've already planned ahead? Should I recall the automatons then? No. Maintain the illusion of a full sweep. Remember, no more slip-ups. Sections under Gerard got turned into scraps. The same can be done under Sect Bobbin. Understood. Do your job and keep Sect Bobbin people in line. Keep funding my campaign, and I might throw them a bone after a win. Sections have been ordered to be destroyed. I recently submitted a request to have you transferred back under Gerard. You don't want to stay stuck in electronic warfare forever, don't you? Of course not. I eagerly await the day I return to your side. Good. Anything else? Major Fedia reports that the searches of the Gerard HQ are over. He didn't find anything, did he? No. Thankfully, we relocated the data center in time, thanks to your warning. Otherwise, we have lost a useful ally. Keep him in the dark, especially about the chief. We still need his help. Also, tell him that Gerard's internal checks have found a batch of old automatons that, for certain reasons, were never registered at the production. Gerard wants them registered into the security system this week. Have him arrange it. Yes, sir. Pity he couldn't be called in time to track Namfa's dolls this time. Would have saved you the trouble. Still. Hakun hesitates briefly. When you rushed to the villa, you didn't let me monitor the chief's network. Were you let him search on purpose? Namfa's people won't stop pursuing the investigation, so it's better to let them go in the offense. Need my help? Yes. I'll send you tasks later. This is the critical stage of the election. We took great risks for this opportunity Heli created. Those dolls must not ruin it. Once the election ends, Odessa will be their grave. Still a lot to go, man. As the ODE-22 checkpoint slowly comes into view, Lina, sitting in the driver's passenger seat, leans back into the chair with a sigh of relief. Oh, we're finally here. Leave those androids shouldn't dare come after us again, right? Yeah, I would say basically every major event from this point forward is like at least 5 hours. If the PSA spots them, they'll be in trouble too. Not fighting anymore? I haven't had enough fun! Sapo straightens up in the back seat, glancing at the spoils pile in the trunk. The ID code for the checkpoint is ready. 5 hours per part? Yes, per part. Good work. If we pass smoothly, we should be in the clear. The Jeep drives steadily into ODE-22 city limits and gets caught in traffic. Viva, you are right. After the checkpoint, it's been much smoother. Are we heading straight to the light rail station now? Yes. Even though Rebellion modified the ID code, we're now inside the Satellite City's surveillance zone. They already managed to occasionally track us on the suburban roads. To find us ODE-22 will be easy. We need to move quickly. Got it. According to the best navigation, we'll reach the target in half an hour, but with traffic this heavy, we should multiply the time by 1.5. Understood. Sapo, your combat performance is the strongest. Once we arrive, if a fight breaks out, you and Lina handle fire support. I'll handle electronic warfare cover, and Rebella will search for the locker. If our guess is wrong, we'll retreat immediately. I fucking love Sapo. Got it. Weird though. Why is it suddenly all jammed up? It's not even rush hour. Luna sticks her head out of the window, squinting towards the front of the traffic. An accident? Doesn't look like it. Huh? What's that? Finally getting a clearer view, Lena ducks back inside. Leva, there are tons of security patrol droids stopping traffic up ahead. They're even checking cars one by one. Routine road inspection? That's too much of a coincidence. What do we do? The cars are stuck. We can't turn back now. So I finally get to play with government droids? Don't make a scene just yet. Cooperate with the inspection and play it by ear. The Jeep slowly rolls forward with the line of cars until, under the patrol droid's direction, Leva brings it to a stop. A small patrol unit rolls up to the window. Its camera flashing a green signal as it scans each of the dolls inside. Leva, what's it doing? It's an ID check. Unlike Satellite City residents, we don't have recognition tips. The system will scan and match us against the government database to find our unique codes. The patrol unit's camera swivels intermittently, the scanning time already longer than usual. Eva quietly signals with her hand. The dolls suddenly tighten their grips on their sidearms. As expected, the grey signal switches to red. The patrol unit blares a harsh alarm. Their surrounding droids immediately switch into combat mode, pushing through the congested vehicles who surround them. Everyone out, don't get bogged down. Break through the encirclement. Enemies approaching. Prepare to break through them. It's the feds. Lena, how are you doing? Everything's fine. I'm approaching the objective. Got one. Leva, I reached the objective. Give me a tactical overview of your surroundings. I'll be giving you directions. I fucking love her lips. Got it. Tactical overview sent. I'm ready to go. How are things in your end, Rebella? I've reached the combat zone. Reading to break through the security robot's cordon. No context needed. Beep, beep, beep. Once the blaring patrol droids move off, the dolls hidden in an alleyway finally let out a sigh of relief. Sapo leans against the wall sulkily. There's no end to this. It's getting on my nerves. You guys keep holding me back. You don't have a battle model yet, Sapo. I don't get it. Why are we holding back against droids that have gone rogue? They haven't gone rogue. More likely, we've been flagged as dangerous units. Huh? No way! We didn't even do anything! Maybe it's a problem with their ID code, but there's no time to check. We need to move to safety fast. What now? Do I need to add a bot that adds quotes? Luckily, Colleen set up a temporary safe house beforehand. It was meant for observing the light rail station, but now it'll have to be our shelter. Is it far from here? It's not too close. We'll need to cross the city, and odds are we'll run into the patrols again. This pursuit is no coincidence. For the sake of future deniability, don't do anything beyond self-defense until we know the cause. Sapo, you hear that?
I remember someone on Twitter saying that QJ's hips were absolutely shocking to see. That QJ has childbearing hips. I expect Saw to have such a cutesy voice. Yeah, she's always had that. Her personality is actually very childlike. Yeah, I would. I wouldn't want that. Sapo sounds perfect, not gonna lie. I'll put it this way. If they ever add Sapo in Fire Control, she's gonna have an English voice, and I would be very morbidly curious on how they interpret her on the English side. The dolls shake off their pursuit and slip into a temporary safe house near the target light rail station. Linda and Sapo keep watch at the doors and windows, while Rebella silently observes the patrol deployment around the station. I see. I'll wait for your update. Neva cuts off their call with Kalina and joins Rebella. Well, was it the ID code? 3 hours. Actually, it's been 4 hours. Well, it's close to 4 hours, but yeah. So not finished with part 1 of the story? No. Like I said, well, I said this before, but this point going forward, all the major events and parts, they're going to be around, they're going around like 5 hours. The code is still valid, but the 4 of us are now marked as dangerous in the government's security database. How come we didn't have this issue in the last satellite cities? The official explanation is that yesterday, the database was updated with some newly seized illegal automatons. During the update, some error must have occurred. Newly seized? Just in the past 2 days? Yeah, they say the Girard Group did a self-audit after the PSA inspection, found some oversights and voluntarily reported them. Isn't that ridiculous? Is there to turn over a new leaf now? Impossible. The time is way too neat. They definitely tampered with the update. Exactly. Colleen has already requested a correction, but they won't let it go so easily. How can the UNSC cyber defense be this weak? First the chief was impersonated, and now the database is corrupted?
Lena, watching the street, pulls the bolt of her gun back in irritation.
主席を偽った通信はまだ
Replacing
相
the
手が
chief for
一枚
comms could still be explained by superior electronic warfare,
治安システム
but the security
確
system
かヘリが管理している
isn't
はずです
Heli fully in charge of that?
オーガスプロトコルを持つ
Even Dataline, with full control of
ヘリの攻
Ogus,
撃の前では
can only override parts of Heli's permissions for a short while. Could someone know Heli better than Dandelion does?
ライオンよりもヘリを熟知しているとでもその方が腑に落ちるわね
If that's the case, I'd almost feel relieved.
もしかして
You
ヘリを
suspect
疑っている
Heli?
んですか
Leva shakes her head.
そこまでは言わないけど
I wouldn't go that far.
今回の攻撃
But
は
if
どれ
this
も
attack
内部から仕掛けられ
did
た
come
もの
from
とした
inside the UNNC, our trouble is only just beginning.
ジラードグループで一番偉い人って言って
But the director's top man is just an obelisk placed in Odessa.
そんなことができるの
Are they really that capable?
ジラードグループの背後
Whether
に
it it depends on whether Gerard is acting alone.
ここまで深く潜り込むなんて
Since when have they been infiltrating the UNNC?
それはゆっくり調べるしかないわね
We can only dig slowly.
全部私の
Hopefully,
思い
it's just
つき
my
なんだ
pessimism talking.
でも治安ロボットによって
But since the
私たちの
patrols now know our location,
目的
could the
地の
target
すでに
itself
潰せが
already
あ
be
る
a
の
trap?
私もそれが心配だ
That's what worries me.
カリンに
But according to Colleen,
私たちはオデッサ全域で危険
our
分子に
dangerous
認識
flag
されていて
flies
さっき
obelisk
言った
wide.
とも偶発的なもの
The attacks we faced so far have been irregular.
もしかしたら私たちの目的を知らず
Most likely, they don't know our exact goal. They're just sweeping for us and impeding our movements.
ロベラ駅の防衛ライン
Bella, what did you find on the station patrols?
常駐する機械の数も武装も通常の
Permanent automaton count is normal. Weapon loadouts too.
ただ
But there are extra mobile units patrolling the station and nearby streets.
私たちを捜索しているのでしょう
Looks like they were ordered to search for us.
確か治安ロボットってネットで
If I remember correctly, patrols are fully networked. If one finds us, the whole city would know instantly, right?
ええしかも
Yes,
さっき戦った
especially since we just clashed with
万が
them.
一捕まったらや
It'll be impossible to explain ourselves if we get caught now.
それじゃあ
So we can't fight and we can't hide. Once they finish checking streets and public spaces, they'll probably go building by building.
調べ始めるかもしれないよもう一度カリーナさんに連絡して
Should we contact Kalina again?
要請してみては
Maybe Nafa can help.
さっきの通信で現状を全て
I've already updated her.
ロレン内部に敵が
But if the UNNC itself is compromised, we should limit comms with her too.
ホワイトエリアであるオデッサ
Frontline cities aren't like Odessa's White Zone. Nafa's reach is weaker here. We might already be scrapped by the time 8 arrives. The vibration breaks the silence. The dolls instantly stiffen. Sapo steers. Actually, is stirred. Sapo stirs near the door.
大丈夫メールよ
It's fine, just mail. It's about timing. What is it?
ただの業務通知
Just a routine government reminder.
中身は
A monthly Napo supplies purchase list. Luna's been busy. I've been handling these approvals for half a
こ
year.
の半年の経費審査は全部私が代わりにやってるわそういえば
But... Leva opens the system interface, carefully checks the list, and then presses approve. She looks out the window again, her eyes fixed on the street below, a back alley. At midnight, the last shop closed. The owner directs the workers in unloading crates of goods for tomorrow. A smile slowly spreads across Leva's face.
ストップレナロベラ行くわよ
Sapo, whenever Bella, come with me.
404を敵に回したのが運の尽きよ
Above all else, the voice actor who would voice act Sapo needs to have a lot of energy. let's see how much we have left. That's a lot. Yeah. Give me one moment. I don't think. Yeah, I'm checking a few things first. I don't think we have drops yet. Please, I don't think they're active yet. Let me double check. Maybe they added it early. But I'm pretty sure they said it'll be on tomorrow. Unless they, they did it early. So it should be on the 28th. And I have the schedule here. Yeah, I don't see it. Yeah, it's not on here yet. Unless they're doing it like some different way. Because you do actually have to link your girl's Frontline account to your Twitch. So maybe they're doing it a different way where they don't actually have to regulate drops with Twitch. Because I don't even see the game on my list of drops that apply right now. But yeah. I guess if someone wants to like give it a shot, just make sure that you link your Twitch account and your Sunborn account together before you try, and maybe you'll get something. But they did say that it's going to happen tomorrow. Okay. The iron gate at the warehouse rises slowly. A large truck drives in, the driver steering with practiced ease before killing the engine. The cab door slams shut. Deft fingers enter the code sequence on the keypad, and the truck's cargo lock clicks open. The door is slowly parting. The dim warehouse lights carve a clean line across the dark interior. The line widens, crouching and hiding, ready all along. Lena springs forward. In a few bounding steps, she reaches the cargo doors, stamping the ground hard. Hey! Lena tackles the driver to the ground. The two roll 3 full turns before stopping. I haven't seen you so long, Mekti. I miss you so much. She rubs her cheeks against the other's face with giddy affection. The petite driver Yeah, I know. Calm down. Everything is okay. We're like, what's going on? But yeah, we're all good. Like, oh no! Sometimes it's just, sometimes it's software that, that basically makes my mic sound good and gives me the transparent background. Oh, hold up. Hold on. Subscribe to earn drops. Your rewards by purchasing or giving subscriptions to Hero Miss's channel while they are live in any category. What's the details? Let me see. Just double checking that Ghost Frontline is not on this list. Yeah, it's not on this list yet. Like I said, it should be tomorrow. I see Honkai Star Rail though. Pretty funny. Okay, we're good. The plane has hit the third tower. Levi and the two other dolls leap down in front of the truck as well. It's been ages since we turned to 404, even if she's not the real the Mechty. Seeing the same frame feels nostalgic. Saying this, Lena bends down and helps the Mechty she knocked over back up. This is terribly undignified of me. Huh? Mechty briskly dusts off her maid uniform, then whips up a compact mirror from her pocket. She carefully adjusts her headpiece, claps her hands before her, and bows with prim formality. What I find interesting is that she doesn't have long hair. Like, the standard Mechty actually has long hair. It must have been a long and arduous journey. The boss has already arrived and is waiting for you all in the lab next door. This place is perfectly secure. Please follow me. Mechty strides lightly towards the door. Linda stares at the ribbon bobbing on the doll's back in mild confusion. Mechty leads the group to the lab. Boss, I brought them over. Good work, G11. No trouble at all. I'll go make some coffee. Please, make yourself at home. G11 bows again and slips out of the room unobtrusively. Linda can't stop glancing after her. Dear, where'd you dig up that frame of D11? I thought you declared a few years ago that in honor of Mechty's uniqueness, you scrapped all the G11 units you built as a kid. Not to mention, this one's personality is way off from the real deals. It's a long story. After you lot went and changed your names one by one, I gave the matter some thought. It's true. As your neuroclouds grow, your dolls become more independent beings, almost like humans. Technically, the neurocloud and the frame are separate, but conceptually, I'm becoming more inclined to consider them as a single unified entity. If I keep insisting on separating the two, I'd be behind the times. Disrespectful to you, even. So I scrapped the G11s that I built in my childhood back then. Well, look at you. Matured a bit, huh? So the one who just picked us up was... since I put in all that effort as a kid to build the frame, it felt wasteful to destroy it outright, so I just stashed it in the warehouse instead. I was worried it wouldn't boot back up, but turns out my craftsmanship was reliable enough even back in the day. Alright, enough of that. You moved faster than I thought. I thought it'd take at least another 2 days for you to link up with me. How'd you find out? The approval process got rushed forward by 5 days from its usual end of the month, and the suppliers list haven't had vendors I'd never seen before. On top of that, I spotted a truck unloading nearby with a logo, and the driver looked familiar. That's too much coincidence, no? Only you would catch obscure clues. Yeah, just as I got sharper nose when it comes to Sinkless Ferry. Look, I clocked it right away. But Dier, how did you know where we were? Colleen couldn't have told you outright in case she was bugged. There was more than one truck. That's right. My family supermarket chain has a warehouse here in ODE 22. Some of the trucks wouldn't look out of place. Wait, isn't your family in the new energy business? That's more well-known part of the business now, but we started with supermarkets. The old folks wanted our in-house products to get some URNC ties. They submitted a bid 6 months ago, but nothing came out of it, until now when it suddenly got approved. Thanks to you, Sierra got much to brag about for her year-end board report. Turns out you got some business acumen, eh? Wouldn't have guessed. Sierra handles most of the work, but I can't just loaf around completely and be used as trust fund baby, you know? Fair enough. But if there were multiple trucks, doesn't that mean there could be more G11s? Don't be ridiculous! There's only this one frame. It took me ages to dig it out. The neurocloud is just some random civilian doll software slotted in. And the other trucks? What nationalized the air? Earth. There are rich civilian dolls from the supermarket with sleek collars and wigs. Whether you spotted them depended entirely on your intuition. Asking dolls to have intuition to tall order, don't you think? Good thing we got lucky. Exactly, I had to be here in ODE 22 for partnership talks. And the old warehouse also has to be close by. If not, I couldn't have come to your rescue this fast, no matter what strings Colleen promised. Colleen promised to pull for my family business. Being lucky is also kind of a skill. By the way, Colleen never had time to explain everything to me. What happened, and what do you need me to do? Someone fill me in. I'll do it. So here's the thing. Let me use the bathroom. Be right back.
for GRF money. I'm pretty sure I already have. Oh wait, no, I can't say anything. This is a global stream. I can't talk about that. Leave a brief year on the events and the current predicament. Huh. Tampering Uranus security? Impressive. Right. But I bet you won't lose to them. Will you, dear? I'd love a chance to. Wait, what are you playing? Dear eyes leave it warily, taking a step back. Our biggest obstacle is the auto clearance in the system. From Colleen's tone, fixing it officially would take time. So can you help us hack into the RNC security system to give them a hand? You call that giving a hand? That's a crime! And if they targeted you on purpose, I guarantee your codes are locked down. They won't be easy to restore. While creating new IDs for us. No way, that's even more outrageous. IDs are unique certifications tied to each unit, issued by the RNC backend protocol. You have to hack the backend itself to add, delete, or alter anything. That's not like spoofing a camera or two and hijacking a patrol droid. Exactly, which is why we need you. The small stuff we can handle. Even as technically possible, the trace risk is huge. Even I couldn't possibly cover all my tracks. My family finally managed to secure a business deal with the RNC government. If I go too far, Sierra and my folks will hand me over themselves, saving the PSA to trouble. Then it's tricky. We'll just go charging in, we'll be arrested. When they question us about our movements, you'll be implicated too, dear. You bitch. You 4-4 DOS. Honestly, one sleeps, one plays dumb, one threatens violence, and now you want to throw me in jail. Then think harder. The only one who saved yourself from jail is you. What do you expect me to do? Yer slumps into a chair. Levo's fall silent. Clearly running simulations for alternatives. It's just the contents of the locker that you need. I can send a civilian doll. Same result, right? Well, it isn't very likely. There's still a chance that it could lead to a trap. It's risky for a civilian doll to handle this on her own. You'll be exposed if she's caught. Dear, you said you can tamper with cameras and control patrol droids. Yes, but only very briefly. Maybe 20 seconds before correction. Maybe less. What can you do in 20 seconds? 20. Huh? I studied the station's defenses. There's only 1 or 2 human staff. The patrol droids handle security. So all we need is chaos upon the droids. Patrolling a couple of droids won't achieve much though. Especially not within such a short time. Besides, what would I even make them do? Kick over a trash can? It's a light rail station we're talking about. I can't have them shoot. But if they think they spotted us, that's different. Oh, that's clever, Rebella. I get it. Huh? I don't. Me neither. Leva, stop being cryptic. I love how dumb Lena is. Like, Lena's like dumb cute. With so few personnel, they'll have to rely heavily on the cameras to track us. It's not realistic to expect DR to manipulate the station's surveillance systems and patrol droids based on our real-time movements.
But if he tweaks the mapping between what the cameras see and the droid's ID system, the station will suddenly be full of us. Are you calling her a bimbo? I guess I am. Inflicting alarms everywhere. Chaos ensues. And in chaos we find our chance. Linda's also not dumb, I will defend that. She's inexperienced, we can go with that. Oh, Linda is highly emotionally intelligent, yes. That could work, but my processing speed is limited. I might not create enough confusion. That's why you have me. With your help? Yeah, maybe. Maybe I should stay. As Deadline said, the RNC security system ties closely to Ocus. I know the Ocus protocols better. Do you though? Well, she did study it a lot, but still, compared to Leva, do you though? True, but this mission needs real-time command across multiple units. My combat capacity is lower, it bottlenecks coordination. All things considered, I should stay behind. I may be less familiar with Ocus protocol than you, but my EW skills haven't gotten rusty after all these years. Rebella thinks it through. When she arrives in the same conclusion as Leva, she nods. Alright, then action is set for rush hour tomorrow morning. More people means more cover, and even if we're spotted, it'll be easier to escape. Everyone good? Sapo? Leva glanced at Sapo, who was scrutinizing the food processing machine diagram on screen. No problem. Breaking trouble is my specialty. That sounds good to me too. Whatever you say, Leva. I have no objections either, but there's still one wildcard which haven't factored in. You mean Gerard's illegal armed automatons? Yes. We can't predict the numbers or weapons. If they appear, hacking alone won't stop them. Then bang, 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 we take them all out! If you open fire, you hit civilians. Rush hour means a much higher risk. But rush hour is our best chance. Any other time, the chance of set drops by at least 45%. Besides, this is everything. Huh? Rebella's right. Leva cuts off Winna. Rebella's point is, while we should prioritize the success of the mission, if we cause another public disaster on the scale of an incident in ODE-01, the director could exploit it again to tap Nampa, right? Rebella doesn't deny it, but says nothing. Leva ignores the silence and pats Lena on the shoulder. And like Dier said, if the chief just stashed something in a locker, and Gerard doesn't even know about it, we might not need gunfire to succeed. Oh, that's what Rebella meant. I misunderstood. Sorry. It's fine. Then let's work on refining the operation plan. Based on our previous discussion, we might need some backup contingencies. I would say Leva is the reason why 404 exists, but Lena is the reason why 404 was maintained. The light rail station alarm blares during the morning rush hour. Lena weaves quickly through the chaotic crowd, while Leva's dispatch orders keep coming through the level 2 comms link. Leva is the reason Lena isn't in a ditch. True. Leva, I see a patrol squad up ahead. Estimated encounter in 1 minute. Keep your course. Deer and I will deal with them. Top of the patrol droids on your right are under our control. Move now. 6 illegal armed droids are closing in from both the southeast and southwest station entrances. Prioritize them. Don't let them enter. Got it. Lena takes a deep breath and charges straight towards the patrol squad ahead. Just as their cameras are about to capture her, the patrol automatons suddenly blare alarms and rush at the civilian doll 3 meters away, surrounding her. Alarm cleared. Leva, I'm almost at the target location. Nearby civilians are still under our control. Deer and I will keep the patrol droids busy. Watch yourselves. That's cute. We got a big guy here. This might take a while.
Oh, you have a mustache.
Just hang on, we'll be there soon.
Call me fat now.
With Leva's cover, Lena closes in on a target locker. Here it is, Leva. Good. We'll lose the nearby surveillance cameras in 10 seconds. That's plenty of time. Lena, if... Don't worry, Leva. I believe in you. Lena keys the code quickly. 4733. Confirm. With a crypt clicks, the locker door pops open. Piles of Sardis gold are stacked neatly inside. So much money! Before Lena can examine it, patrol automatons have already regained control surround her in that circle. Lena raises her gun at them after seeing the numbers. She immediately lowers the weapon to the ground and lifts her hands. The circle tightens. One of the station's PSA officers run towards her, while the other states back and directs the automatons to block passengers from boarding via radio. Lena glances the surveillance camera, then turns towards the approaching officer. Her eyes drift past him, resting instead on the departing train, and the Mechty in tow. Rook's fist slams the desk with a dull thud. Cocoon remains unmoved by his side, watching demurely. What do you mean there's only Sardis gold? Impossible. The PSA officers have searched the locker and the surrounding area thoroughly, then checked the surveillance footage. The locker does contain only Sardis gold. And the dolls. The only one caught is a T-doll named Lena. She's already en route back to Odessa. The other 3 are currently missing. Missing? That means they escaped, doesn't it? Useless trash! All of you! Please, sir, calm yourself. Though the contract of legal transactions is gone, I've prepared witnesses as you requested. That counselor lady must still cooperate with the investigation. Her dolls, too, are now listed as suspect of illegal trade by the Odessa Oblast government and are high-priority targets. I risked everything to make Heli alter the database, not just to trap them for 10 days or so. It is a pity Nampo couldn't be completely pushed out this time. I questioned the informant at the station. He swears both the Stardust Gold and the contract were in a locker this morning. But they're seasoned tactical dolls after all. It isn't entirely impossible for them to calculate the worst case scenario on the spot and figure out a way to take the contract. Excuses. And what about you? You couldn't even stop them from hacking a station government system. Forgive me. I did strengthen the system's self-correction efficiency, but I didn't expect them to abandon the attempt at full control and instead exploit flaws in the security design to evade capture. And since Heli had already altered the IDs in the database, I allocated more processing power to remotely commanding the illegal armed automatons. Imbecile! I understand your anger, but you have already destroyed the chief's message. Even if they keep pursuing the matter, let them come of it. I will use this time to eliminate any leftover risk. Fine. As for those witnesses, once they're done their job, you know what to do. Yes. With Cocoon's soothing words, Rogue's expression eases slightly. I oppose grouping you under Seth Fobin from the start. That conglomerate is as cheap as his name. Vulgar upstarts who think money can buy them anything. With Gerard's wealth, of course you don't need their funds, but it allows Seth Fobin into the subcore tier because of their cooperation with Paradis. After all, none of the core families want their own hands dirty too much. Even so, they don't deserve two third-gen dolls. Indeed, after Sexines was executed for failing her mission, Gerard officially only holds Darcher. Officially? If we're speaking officially, even Darcher isn't Gerard's anymore. What does officially even matter? Quite right. You alone hold the core technology for third-gen dolls. Without Gerard, the horoscope program could never advance. Welcome back, Recon. Glad you got food out of it. I got a ton of leftovers. It'll last me a whole week. Rurik stores in Cocoon's flattery, though his face stays stark. Those two useless nitwits. One rashly struck at the brat of the Claude family, bungling assassination and leaving Nampa leverage. The other failed interception after interception. All this time, that Paradis test subject is still in the bounty hunter's hands. That's us, by the way. You need not worry. Paradis' handover and recovery of the subject are now fully managed by Seth Fobin. It will erase every trace of Gerard's involvement. You only need to focus on your campaign. Then lead Gerard's infiltration of Odessa while refining the third-gen dolls. Only? It tells me to improve the performance of third-gen dolls while strictly capping production. Now you're ordered here just as an emergency support. If Gerard had even one cable combat doll, Nampa wouldn't have scored that at the station. Apologies for disappointment, sir. Enough. Other calibrations on Darch are still not complete. Her neural cloud was damaged during the combat against the Elmo crew in the Yellow Zone. The calibration would take some time. Still, in this critical campaign period, perhaps it's best for the dolls to lie low. When you return, tell Set Bobbin that their sponsorship dues are up next quarter. If not, there's no guarantee they'll get to keep you or Blue Spear. Overmind is represented properly. The dolls return to Dier's company. Sapo, heavily damaged, is sent for repairs. Leva closes her inbox with a sigh. What a headache. Even though we extracted the contract in time, they had witnesses ready. Nanfa just issued a notice. Now Lena and the three of us are listed as dolls suspected of illegal trade. The Odessa Oblast government lacks proof to go directly at Kalina, but as our superior, she's been called to cooperate with the investigation. Thinking back, maybe Rook intentionally let us copy the laptop drive of the villa. He looks hot-tempered, but he is calculating. I underestimated him. Brooklyn and Kalina, they barely shook off the forged ID accusation, and now they're dragged into this. Isn't this one of your contingency plans? My, don't say such cold things with Mechi's face. Rebella, surely you can understand the urgency at that moment. If the Odessa Oblast government had gotten their hands on the contract, Nampa's senior counselor would be nailed for illegal trading. Not only would chasing Gerard be impossible, Nampa's influence on Odessa would plummet. So the instant you saw Kalina's name on the contract, you activated the contingency and sacrificed Lena? I thought no matter who you gave up, you would never endanger her. Eva freezes for a second, then smiles again. Originally, I was hoping you could slip out quietly with the contract in G11's frame. Otherwise, I wouldn't have kept hacking the cameras and patrol droids. But even if you had found the Wade alarm, you still had no choice but to hand that contract, right? So I can only draw all the security attention to Lena and let you escape with it. Leva, have you reached the point where you're sacrificing anyone for this mission? You said it was for protecting 404, but now you passed Lena out so easily. Why? Before, even if it meant a firefight at the station, you'd always protect your teammates first. Opening fire at rush hour would hurt more civilians. I thought we agreed to that. We managed to avoid causing heavy casualties this time only because the droids were restricted from using lethal force, and Sapo succeeded in intercepting legal trade armed droids. That was exactly what you feared yesterday, wasn't it? I know it was a logical choice, but if you know, to stop agonizing over it. We can't just let Kalina be arrested, Nafa be ousted, and Ruick become the interim chief uncontested. Leva's still wearing a smile, but it seems a little strained. She gets her neural cloud to calm down a little. Still, I'm sure Lena will be glad to know that you're so worried about her. I just want my friends to be safe. Relax. You got the contract out. Your Kruger skills, Lena, Kalina, and Nafa will be fine. Really? Otherwise, this commotion we caused wouldn't be confined to an internal Nafa notice. Instead, it would be headlined in tonight's Odessa news. Even if Lena has to suffer this time, I weigh the pros and cons. After all, rational judgment is every doll's advantage. Rebella ignores Leva's pointed words and changes the subject. While we did manage to dodge Jirard's trap, the lead is gone. Whoever the chief left is destroyed now. You risked so much, you got nothing. Not necessarily. What? All thanks to your effort, Rebella. Leva hands her device to G11. This is the photo I took of the locker? Lucky you snapped it. I just processed the image. What's so special about it? G11 stares at the zoomed image. The inside of the old locker is rusty, smudgy, and littered with scraps of cheap ads from small vendors. Since you're interested in humans more than me, or since you're more interested in humans than me, you must know the saying. The most dangerous place is the safest. You can't possibly mean here? I checked the ads. One of the URLs linked to somewhere pretty interesting. Leva opens the webpage. A land deed? A draft deed to be exact. No signatories. But the plot location is written right here. ODE04. You wanna check it out? Yes. A draft deed hidden among ads is suspicious, don't you think? We already questioned the locker security. Maybe the chief uses it as a backup channel to raise the odds of success. Since we can't return to Odessa anytime soon, and Kalina can't issue any commands or send us any information, we may as well chase this lead instead of idling. According to my calculations, the probability of this leading to anything is low. Oh? So now you're crouching probabilities like any other doll? I never said I don't run calculations. I just choose different strategies. Then what's your choice this time, Rebella? We should go. You know, the odds of the AR team making it to this very days were even smaller. Dear just message, software repairs are done. You can swap out to your own frame now. Or have you gone attached to the G11 frame? G11 shoots Leva a sidelong glance, then heads for the repair room. She hesitates, but before walking through the door, she remarks earnestly. The diner gate was better. Once Rebella has switched back to her own frame and gone through a series of calibrations, Leva's group heads for the address marked on the land deed. Leva orders Sapo to scout ahead, while she and Rebella wait a short distance away. What is this snow marker on the map? It appears to just be an old villa out of the suburbs. After all this running around, a find like this really kills the mood. With the air's help, you haven't encountered too many attacks along the way. It wasn't so bad. You're so strict. Don't tell me you also measure performance by kill count like Kukai. I'm only being realistic. Of course you are. The mapping for the altered IDs doesn't need to be too precise this time. As long as traces of the three of us pop up across Odessa, that's enough to keep PSA busy. But the air tech is probably running on auto by now. It should be. You just helped pinpoint a newly set up encryption server. Now all three of us are connected. Hopefully the security level is a bit higher. I don't want to be fighting while worrying if someone might hack our home base. Do you think their EW ability surpasses yours? Hard to say. But Colleen's comms line with the chief is strictly encrypted, and I really couldn't detect any tampering on the chief's end. Besides, according to what Linda said earlier, the enemy also got hold of the comms code agreed upon by Colleen and the commander. As much as I hate to admit it, their electronic warfare ability is definitely not below mine. Breaking even is probably lucky already. If they lay traps and slip in through the cracks, it'd be even harder to handle. This is actually very, this makes a lot more sense. Well, it made sense before, but it makes a lot more sense now, since I know who's actually doing all this hacking stuff. Yeah, it's impossible to guard against everything. Rebella, you're a modified 3rd gen doll. From your perspective, if the opponent's EW ability matches mine, and 75% of my performance is consumed by EW modules, how much processing power do I have left for combat? Even for an enhanced 3rd gen doll, trying to win in a physical fight and through EW at the same time is still extremely difficult. If you need guaranteed victory in electronic warfare, the best option is to stay in the rear, far from the battlefield. When Sapo and I run missions together, I just tactics the same way. Sapo takes point, I support for the EW. But the opponent will definitely use the same tactics. That's really troublesome. Sapo comes running quickly from not far away. I just circled the yard and didn't find anything. Judging by the villa's condition, it's been uninhabited for a very long time. The second floor windows are cracked. As for smells, there's no traces of food or gasoline either. But the bushes around the place are too thick. To be sure, we need to go inside the yard. In that case, let's go together. But look, the front gate's on the other side. I already took out the lock while I was at it. Rebella, what's wrong? You got a strange look in your face. If there's an ambush on your side, you've already alerted them. The lock was too old. It just fell off with a little touch. Forget it. Cease us from climbing the wall. Let's stay sharp and moving. That's more than Black Beacon's lifetime. That's that's a random shade. Leva's group circles around the main entrance. But as they reach the corner, Sapo suddenly raises her hand. Leva and Rebella instantly dart aside, pressing against the thick shrubs. The dust-covered leaves tremble slightly but make no sound. Something's off. Enemies? The gate is open. I only took the lock off and left. The hinges are rusted. It wouldn't swing open just from the wind. Leva scans his surroundings carefully, then signals Sapo to switch to level 2 comms. Sapo, suck around the other side. Keep your steps light. On my command, we'll breach from both flanks. After a moment, Sapo peers out from the bushes on the other side of the yard. This side's closer to the gate, and sure enough, there's a line of footprints. I also found some fresh fruit flakes. Fresh rust flakes right by the gate. Since the path we took wasn't long, and they still got in silently, they must be very cautious. Well, as far as I know, Black Beacon is still going on in China, but yeah, Global was... They never cared about Global, to be honest. A burglar? Who would bother with such a remote old villa? Huh? Not sure. But if we don't go in, our lead ends here. We'll decide after we meet them. Get ready. We're going in 3 seconds. 3, 2. Leva counts down through their level 2 comms link. The dolls tighten their grips on their weapons. Sappho bursts in first. Gunfire just explode in the yard. Really is an ambush. Sappho dodges nimbly. Rebella and Leva immediately fire towards the sound. A black shadow flashes towards the back of the 2-story villa. Bullets trace his steps, gouging a line in the ground. Sappho, northeast, 15 degrees. Straight line, 44 meters. Watch this. Sappho steadies herself and charges fast. Fighting noises echo from behind the villa. Something like a flower trellis crashes to the ground. Damn, you're pretty strong. Rebella, go help her. I'll sweep the area. Be right there. Rebella quickly dresses around the villa. Bullets spray into the sky, and silence falls. Weapon confiscated. Target subdued. Leva, what's your status? There should be no other combat units in the area. It's like it's just one. So we caught a petty thief? Well, come take a look and you'll see. Why so mysterious? Footsteps approach and Leva reaches the backyard. In the shadows, a disarmed woman stands facing the wall with her arms raised and her back to the 3 dolls. Leva's eyes narrow as she recognizes her. I say long time no see, but for you to be at this place at this time, I didn't receive any intel about you being here before we set out. Did StateSec send you? I act on my own behalf. I and Task Force Defy have no ties to StateSec anymore. Leva tilts her head slightly, her eyes locked on the woman against the wall, her gun still raised. Then can you please briefly explain your purpose here? AN-94 of Angelia's Task Force Defy. Instead of answering Leva, AN-94 slowly turns around. You tell me first. What are you doing here? Information exchange requires mutual trust. This is a one-sided interrogation. Your former commander, Angelia, isn't there, and won't ever be. As far as I know, Task Force Defy no longer exists. Since you still identify yourself as a member of Defy, why you're acting alone on your own behalf? Where are the other dolls? Besides our intel sources, we're not notified about this beforehand, and yet, you just so happen to appear in this remote villa the moment we show up? I don't believe this was a coincidence. 94. Are you some kind of special mission? Our situation's already unusual, and you showed up completely out of the blue. If there's something we should know, tell us. That's right. Rebella's got a point. And also, we've already wasted plenty of her time. Could you kindly give us an answer within 1 minute? God, she's beautiful. Thanks for $2, Dylan. You already know everything about Defy. If you mean what happened around 2065, I'm more or less aware. But what happened in the 10 years after that? I have no idea. What I care about now is this. If you didn't get your intel from StateSec, then from where? Seeing Leva so cautious and Rebella somewhat lost and flustered, 94 glances at the gun aimed at her, then sighs in resignation. Yes, that's correct. Beforehand, it was Lind and Lainey, but they moved Lind over here, right over before Deep Oblivion, so they really only have Lainey. The only thing they could do is Lewis. And maybe Sakura if they want to spoil really badly. So really it's just Lainey. If you are worried about intel leaks or a mole, you can relax. Since leaving StateSec, I've been using back doors. Once that I planted while I still worked for them. Through them, I can monitor some of StateSec's communications. Just a few days ago, I caught a suspicious signal. A suspicious signal? Yes, the signal was faint, and the content scrambled. Indecipherable. What they could have done is do Lainey and Leva's event as filler, but they literally grouped Lena and Leva together for money. So, yeah. You know do Sakura. Man, I really hope they don't do Sakura. I really hope so. It's such a really bad spoiler if they do that. A brand new form of encryption? I'm not sure, but it might be exactly what they've been searching for. By backtracing the signal, I confirmed its origin. Right here. What are you looking for? At this stage, I can't tell you. Don't trust Mika, they suck. I'm just saying, it'll be really bad if they do Sakura before Corpo-san. Like, actually really bad. That's all I can say. What you do with me afterwards is up to you. 94 turns her gaze back to the wall and quietly closes her eyes. Pity. I don't know what 94 is hiding, but our mission is filled with enough intrigue. When every step feels like walking on thin ice, we can't afford even the smallest new risk. Leva shrugs and walks towards AN-94. Leva gestures for Rebella to be quiet with a wink. Rebella looks hesitant, but after meeting Sapo's eyes, they both tighten their grips on their weapons. In the night, the black gun barrels glint coldly. So... Leva takes hold of AN-94's raised right hand. Let's work together. Sentry Lead also points to this villa. It clearly isn't some old house. Our team happens to be a shorter member for now. How about you fill in temporarily? You don't suspect me? I do, but based on what the fight did before 2065, I still have some trust in you as one of them. So, the Sakura event will only work if they delete that last cutscene. If they delete the last cutscene of the event, then it's fine. But if they don't do that, they fucking suck. And I don't think they're going to delete the last cutscene. I'm sorry to say. Even though there's still plenty of problems in the world today, well, we still owe you our thanks for how things played out the way they did. And based on what you described, I have reason to believe that we aren't enemies. So, what do you think, 94? Alright. You agree so readily. Mika would leave the last cutscene so they can leave a cliffhanger. I bet that's what they will do. If you want to go by that angle, I don't know, man, that's really bad. It wouldn't be... I guess they could add some intrigue if they do it that way, but no, that's actually like a really massive spoiler. I don't know, man. Because to me, Corporation is basically perfect. It doesn't need added intrigue, you know? Just don't fuck it up. Like, just stay on target. Do Laney next, then just say, okay, we got nothing else, do Corporation. Like, please just do that. Please. I don't want to waste time and resources on meaningless fights. My mission has nothing to do with yours, so we're not enemies. Since you're both here to explore, I don't mind working with you. That's great. I wouldn't want to fight an old comrade either if I can help it. Then we can finally exchange some proper greetings. Long time no see, 94. Long time no see, Liva Rebella, and 94 looks at Sapo questioningly. It's Sapo! Right, Sapo. And please, don't dress me by 94 as 94 anymore. I go by Alva now. Well, they delayed Deep Oblivion for the anniversary because that's what matches most. Although they could have rushed the Corporation if they really wanted to and made that the anniversary. But they decided not to, and they want to do Dio instead. But there is not enough filler to do a half anniversary Corporation, and there is... yeah, there's just not enough filler to delay Corporation to be anything special. With some light rustling, Sapo, gripping the cable, slides quickly downward and lands lightly. Yeah, they might do the PNC collab before before Corporation, because I don't think PNC actually spoils... Well, I'll put it this way. It doesn't spoil anything, but it has its own stuff. That's extremely important. And it would make more sense if it happened after Corporation, because one, that's when it actually happens. And two, it kind of starts off the arc, or the new arc for the Ghost Frontline 2. The PNC collab. It did at the very beginning. I don't think it did. I'll have to check it though. A safe touchdown. Let me take a look. Apple switches on night vision and carefully scans her surroundings. After making sure it's safe, she connects into the level 2 comms link. Rebella, Leva, Alva, it's clear down here. You can come down. Soon the 3 dolls ascend one after another along the elevator cable. With the help of night vision, they can roughly make out the fact that they're at the end of a passageway. The passage is about 2 meters wide, winding through the underground. Its destination impossible to determine. Take out defensive formation. Keep close to the walls, and don't fire unless necessary. At Leva's command, the team moves out. Didn't think there'd be such a huge space underneath this villa. Good thing Sappho followed the scrape marks and found the hidden elevator behind the fridge. Tricks like that can't stop me. Oh right, while you were coming down, I did a little check and found out that the elevator still has power. It can't move only because of the access restrictions. The system is pretty secure. Taking full control is almost impossible. Leva, I'll prioritize disabling the cameras we can't avoid. Yes, please. The dolls continue forward, all while carefully evading surveillance. Passage is pretty long. Up ahead. We're close to the exit. Sounds like droids. Everyone stay sharp. After a fully armed patrol of automatons passes, the dolls step out of hiding and find the passage joining a much wider, taller tunnel. This tunnel is big enough for mid-sized trucks. It's like a transport route. See? Every so often there's a security gate. It's connected to plenty of side passages, like the one we just came from. The flooring here is reinforced for load bearing, likely designed for some real big guys to pass. The narrow side passages are meant for human use. Have another 3 banners. If the roads widen suddenly, there must also be larger entrances somewhere. Yeah, I will say, doing a double banner and then having a guaranteed banner is pretty diabolical. Like, give us money, motherfuckers. If the road widens suddenly, there must also be larger entrances somewhere. We're at least 100 meters underground, aren't we? The whole road looks like it hasn't been used in ages. Which only makes it more suspicious. Surely it hasn't been used in years. Yet they still post patrol droids and keep the security system running. Just what is this place? Don't have enough information yet. We need to push deeper. Rebella, you and I will focus on hacking surveillance along the way and engage patrol droids with electronic warfare if necessary. Sappho, Alpha, you two cover us and keep an eye out for threats. We don't know how many enemies we're up against, and Rebella and I can't fully control the system. We must avoid open combat. Don't trip the alarms and escape the situation. And escalate the situation, I said. Honestly, it should all be smooth sailing from this point forward when it comes to the story. Obviously, Sakura's thing just happened, and you know it's nothing special. But it was also, I guess, if you want to be charitable, it was a nice change of pace. For once. But at this point, they kind of actually just need to stay on target. Don't overcomplicate things, just follow the scene order that has been established, and they're fine. That's really all they need to do. Don't make it complicated, you know? It's gonna be fine, Mika. After some investigation, they arrive before a sealed electronic door. Electronic sign on the door is dead too. What's inside? Don't tell me it's another mini lab. That makes at least 3 we found. They all look the same. Release DSR gotcha next patch. And aside from some small outdated security droids, there's nothing. The production rigs look like they haven't been started in over a year, and we can't extract any data from electronic devices. Boring. At least we can confirm that this is a small mechanical research site. The automatons match early Gerard post applied to Odessa security forces. No trademarks, but odds are the Gerard Group owns this place. Then we hit the jackpot. Gerard has assassinated the chief, planted false evidence, and even deployed heavy guards, all just to hide some junk in a hidden workshop? Doesn't add up. Gerard already has license to produce security droids. They have no need to be so secretive about it. So what's really going on here? If you want to know, we had to dig deeper. Eva? Let's move into a nearby side passage and prep for electronic warfare. Better if I handle it myself. You 3 cup for me, please. Now cracking the system defenses. For Bella, I'll be counting on your support. Alright, I gotta actually click. Yep. I'll cut off their reinforcements. While Leva works on the intrusion, the other 3 dolls form a semicircle around her and keep guard. He's taking a while. Is our security level that high? It uses composite encryption. The success rate of cracking it is about 45%. Even I don't dare to use brute force. In case you'd like to joystick if you fail? Yeah. We also don't want to raise the defense level if the system flags a threat. Leave a complete hack and exit level 2. I'm taking care of the door and the cameras in the room. Sappho, you won't be disappointed this time. Is the goods in there? Sappho slings her weapon, dashes ahead, and slips into the room. Wait! Don't worry, just an ordinary lab. Perfectly safe inside. Let's go. The 3 remaining dolls enter the lab. Rebella and Alva both frown at the sight within. Sappho, however, looks around in excitement. Let's check over there! She darts off towards a console. Neva, you call this ordinary? Objectively speaking, these are just peculiar components. They're not components. Alva walks out to a specimen, an incomplete doll frame hanging from the wall, missing her lower half and left arm, her chest unarmored. Inside the exposed mechanical torso, wires tangle in a chaotic mess. Inside the skin coverage is less than 20%. No left thigh module installed. An unfinished prototype, never fully assembled. But still one of the more complete ones here. Alva turns to the other specimens. They are even more fragmented. Some only with a single arm or half a torso. Under night vision, they appear eerie and bleak. Yeah, even the most complete isn't 60% finished. Most slightly failed attempts before the prototype stage. I nearly ended up like them myself. Alva, are you pitying them? Alva shakes her head. No, I just think I was lucky. What the fight has gone through hardly counts as lucky. At least it's still standing here. Meanwhile, Rebella, who has been inspecting on the specimens, comes over. She carefully feels around for a mechanical joint on the frame. This one has it too. Found something? A date. Look. Shining the flashlight at the joint, a faint engraving of some small text can just be made out. 2071. Last digits are too worn to read. So they were produced as early as 2071? Some parts can be traced back even earlier. You're arranging in order the production dates, like fetal specimens displayed at a museum. Rebella describes the match her neurocloud produces. The thought unsettles her. She glances over at Sappho. Sappho, stop playing around. Time to go? Sappho glances back at the console wistfully, then hurries over. She eagerly thrusts a part into Rebella's face, making her squint and lean back. Rebella, look! I found something fun! I've never seen one of these before! Wait, get that out of my face! Oh, sorry. I'm supposed to told you not to just rip things apart. What if we trigger an alarm? Wait, Sappho, where'd you get this from? There are heaps of scrap parts by the console. I've never seen any license before, so I grabbed it. Rebella strides over to the console and inspects the scattered parts closely. Seeing her reaction, you know to come over too. Could it be here? Found something? The part that Sapo picked up is Persica's design. Persica? Rebella motions to Sapo, and the latter obediently hands the part to Liba. Persica designed this kind of connector exclusively for one version of 3rd gen dolls. Its purpose was to adapt old 2nd gen parts to fit the 3rd gen frames. But she unilaterally terminated that upgrade project. She then revised her design, and this type of connector was never produced again. So it never entered circulation. Since it was experimental, Persica only had them produced in the minimal quantities. It would seem that Persica ought to investigate her contractors closely. You're saying someone stole the design from the manufacturer? Blueprints, prototypes, maybe later production batches. Possibly even. Liba's gaze sweeps across the incomplete frames in the lab. This last purpose and research direction may all tie back to Persica's theories of 3rd gen dolls. I noticed that the frames hanging here all use the same special connector. Oh my! Maybe Rebella isn't the only 3rd gen doll successfully modified. I was never a success, not in Persica's eyes. Oh? No wonder she later brought Lena into her experiments. What happened? Rebella avoids the question. It doesn't matter. I checked all the frames. None carry a neural cloud, so there's nothing to hack. There's no point in investigating this lab any further. But we did gain something. Sapo, keep that part safe. Don't lose it. No worries. Sapo tucks the connector carefully into her pocket. Move on. As the dolls leave the lab, the camera that Liva has disabled slowly did something. The last post for each cutscene, it just ends abruptly. Without your input. Much more we got. Not much left. We'll probably get done within the hour. Or not a little bit past that. The electronic door opens smoothly, and Liva and the others enter the room. This laboratory is larger than the others, with rows of cabinets filled with servers. Deep blue signal lights flash rhythmically, without pause. Quite a party in here. So many servers. Is this Gerard's server room? For Gerard's scale, this is too small. Or just one of many server rooms. Still, hiding servers in a place like this? It's hard not to suspect what's stored inside. Maybe this is tied to the secret Gerard is desperate to hide. Should we try to hack it? Wait, there seems to be something up ahead. Prompted by Alba, the dolls direct their gaze down a row upon rows of cabinets. In the flickering blue light of the servers, a tall, vertical black shadow faintly appears against the farthest wall. A bunch of cables, maybe? It's blocked by the cabinets. I can't see clearly. Looks like we need to check for hidden threats first. Sapo, Rebella, move down the aisle between the cabinets. Alva and I will stay here, in case enemies try to flank us from behind. The other three dolls nod, and they all spring into action. Sapo and Rebella inch closer to the target. The thin black shadow on the wall remains motionless, like a beast lurking in the dark. Slowly the shadow becomes clear. It looks like an arm, but it's unnaturally long. Its narrow tip doesn't end in a hand, but in a sharp sight. Rebella shoots shots stop with a look. An outsider promptly darts out from behind the cabinets, raising her gun and aiming at the unknown object on the wall. What is that thing? A strange doll hangs lifelessly against the wall. Aside from her already elongated limbs, multiple thin tendrils also extend from her back, almost like the appendages of an arthropod. The end of the tendrils are either gun muzzles or sights. Her head can just barely be distinguished, but no facial features were ever designed. A cold alloy plate covers her entire face. What a bizarre construction. Is this even still a doll? After observing the doll and confirming that it's powered down, Rebella relaxes slightly. Let's call Leva and Alva over. Having received Rebella's signal, Leva and Alva hurry over. Well. What an astonishing discovery. No wonder Chief was assassinated for finding these coordinates. This can't possibly be disguised as an ordinary automaton or civilian doll. Gerard's developing such a dangerous model. This is a prototype. The frames we saw earlier in the other lab were all defective specimens. If she uses the same standard parts, then this is practically proof that Gerard stole Persco's technology to research third-gen dolls. Rebella reaches towards the grotesque doll on the wall to investigate further, but Leva grabs her. What's wrong? Better be careful. We might be able to explain away our smooth progress as far as having successfully misdirected enemy's attention, but for the hiding place of such a deadly thing, that the defenses here seem awfully thin. Your perspicacity is commendable. Hearing the voice from the doorway, Leva and the others immediately switch to combat readiness and disperse behind nearby cabinets. The lights in the room come on all at once, the sudden glare briefly disrupting the doll's vision. When their visual module stabilized, the one who just spoke is already standing in the middle of the aisle. The real guard dog has arrived. Archer, a third-gen doll. She lifts her skirt with one hand and sinks it to an elegant yet pompous curtsy. A pleasure to meet you. I hope I haven't caused you much alarm. Third-gen doll. Indeed, it seems you're not unfamiliar with the term. As Archer takes a step forward, the dolls raise their weapons at her. There we are, don't move! Archer beanie sets her parasol down by her feet, raises both her hands to take a step back. No need to be so nervous. For now I have no intention of fighting you. Otherwise, your remaining time would be spent only in terror and emptiness. Then we should thank you for sparing us. But right now, the one being held at gunpoint seems to be you. True enough, as I am now, I stand no chance. Leva, is this the highly lethal doll you mentioned earlier? Doesn't look like much. I thought we'd at least get a good fight the moment we met. My apologies, I can't fight you here. Here? What do you mean? Another place you just twist my head off? If that's your wish, I don't mind obliging. Archer fixes her gaze on Sapo and flashes her with a dangerous smile. Since you made it this far, you must know something about this research facility. This is where all third-generation dolls were born. Though it has been abandoned now, and what remains are only the defective pieces you've seen and that failed prototype behind you. I don't think these things deserve to be called third-gen dolls. To share your opinion is an honor. These things cobbled together from rejects. Vulgar, ugly, stupid. Much like their maker. Sounds like you have a grudge against Gerard. They forge tools of conquest, yet they fear the very power they seek. The pitiful maker etched restrictions, fearful of the dolls turning on them. This server room packed with Gerard's data is, for us, no different from a prison. Foolish, isn't it? The treasure is already in the thieves' hands, yet the soldier guarding it are shackled by their king's chains. I get the feeling she just insulted us. Whether you can fight or not, you're not getting out of this without losing 2 legs and a head. Wait. Rebella pauses, presses Sapo's gun down, watching Darcher warily as she rambles on heedlessly. If you're telling the truth when you say you can attack us here, and you're handling us with all this information, that must mean you're confident that you can still keep us trapped here, isn't that right? Darcher claps her hands happily. As a higher creation, I expected nothing from a second generation doll, but you and that doll squad leader I met before have both impressed me deeply. I apologize for my earlier scorn and rudeness. Character development. Disregarding the threat, Darcher takes a step back and curtsies again. With her head bowed, her expression is obscured. I only hope your combat skill matches that of the esteemed dolls. Darcher suddenly snatches up her parasol, rolls to the side, and slips behind the row in the cabinets. That's where the alarm is. I told you not to waste time talking with her. Sapo sprints towards the aisle where Darcher has vanished and raises her gun without hesitation. Sapo, wait! A burst of bullets slam into the server Darcher is using as cover. Sparks erupt in the room, and the servers buzz angrily. Oh, fall back! You can almost secure the live entrance. Restrict their movements. Do not fire without orders. I take back what I said. Darcher's voice sounds eerily distorted. She slowly steps out from cover and curses once more towards Leva. You are even better. Her frame is unharmed and free from bullet holes. With the parasol in one hand, her lower body still locked in a curtsy while her upper body remains upright, she looks both elegant and absurd in that posture. What happened to her? Thank you for freeing me. The silver Sapo's shot crackles behind Darcher, making her voice sound broken. Freedom. At last. I'm no longer bound to those fools' orders. Is this her server? Correct. Darcher finally straightens up completely. Her head turns in a natural angle towards Alva, who has reached the entrance, but her eyes are not focused on Alva. Transaction complete. I leave the rest to you. If you disappoint me, I won't spare you. As if in response, the surveillance camera above Alpha, which should have been disabled, flickers to life. Someone's watching us, Leva. The surveillance control has been taken aback. Multiple droids are closing in outside. Ignoring the all's commotion, Doctor slowly raises her parasol. Everyone, prepare for combat! Purging. Local data. Seemingly oblivious to the doll's incoming attack, Doctor lowers her voice and smiles faintly as she strokes the shaft of her parasol. Suddenly, her smile twists into a horrific grimace, and what she does next leaves the doll stunned. Doctor drives the parasol into her own core. What? More fractured crackling. Should have been me. The fuck. Silver sparks burst like fireworks. The heat chars her synthetic skin, releasing an acrid stench. Fluid runs down the parasol and drips onto the metal floor, spreading slowly. Doctor loses all balance and topples forward. The parasol tip pierces completely through her core. At the same time, the servers erupt in a shrill roar. The prototype is coming to life. The servers keep howling. Doctor's actions are beyond comprehension. The chaos before them leaves the dolls unable to calculate any reasonable outcome. Deafening. Eva, the server data is being destroyed. Gerard is wiping the evidence. Rebella, lead Sapo and Alba to fight the parasol droid. Parasol. Rebella, lead Sapo and Alba to fight the patrol droids. I'll hack the server to stop the purge. You decide the timing and tactics. Understood. After taking down the system defense automaton, Leva quickly hides behind a block of virtual data. Leva's neural cloud calculations gradually output several results as she observes the level 2 space. Impressive. Using Doctor to lure us into destroying the servers, then exploiting the server damage to launch a strike on Gerard's data center. I thought we finally grabbed Gerard by the throat, but it turns out we've been caught in one big net instead. Eva looked towards the collapsing edges in the distance. After weighing her options and running more calculations, she sighs. Data protection functions have nearly collapsed. I can't handle this alone. I need to ask Rebella for help. Eva prepares to cut her connection to level 2. Network error. Your request has been denied. Huh? Network error. Your request has been denied. So hospitable? I don't really deserve much such courtesy. DM Windows error. Though still smirking, Leva grows more wary and starts scanning her surroundings carefully. Not far away, broken data fragments begin to reassemble, forming another system defense automaton. Hey, that name's actually good back in the day. A light, lilting voice comes through a speaker. How about perishing along with the data, Miss UMP-45? You're welcome to try. Inside the server room, adults fighting patrol droids notice Leva's abnormal state. Rebellious, what's happening with Leva? Her neural cloud is cut off, most probably because caused by the hack. What do we do? With Leva's AW ability, she won't go down easily. The first priority is keeping her frame safe. Check your statuses. We retreat to a safe position. Then prepare to provide EW support for Leva. Rebella props up Leva's unresponsive frame and quickly takes cover behind another obstacle. Uh-oh! Rebella, check the cache space! Some of the upload requests bounce back? It's a failed upload, isn't it? Could the service be broken? Alpha, how's it on your end? Same here. Something's off. The contents and return times don't match. The sync failure prompts are only showing now. Damn, our network environment is being controlled. Likely for the moment we enter here, all of our uploaded information was intercepted. You mean to tamper with the sync process? Yes, they most likely forged a fake virtual relay. For the moment we enter the underground facility, our submitted data has never reached the air's encrypted server. Rebella sprays bullets towards a squad of droids rushing in from outside the lab. We don't have time to worry about this now. Fall back first. We'll deal with the rest later. A piercing wail interrupts the doll's fight with the automatons. The massive electromagnetic interference throws the dolls off balance, forcing them down to one knee. It's happening. Rebella fights through distance and looks towards the source of the sound. The prototype that has been quietly hanging on the wall suddenly stirs. Multiple tendrils behind her glow as though blood is flowing within. Her armored head jerks unnaturally. Neural cloud loading. It's Darcher's voice. Didn't she self-destruct? Well, I guess you can say that. Her residential neural cloud has been synced into the prototype. Since Darcher has already broken the restrictions that Gerard programmed into her base layer by destroying her own neural cloud, Gerard's attacks restraints probably no longer apply to the prototype either. Just won't stay dead. Is she a cockroach? Let me blow her up with... The shrill wail sounds again. Zappo's movement is disrupted before she can act. Her electromagnetic interference hits us too hard. We don't stand a chance like this. First blocking a data sync, then trapping Leva. Next, she'll definitely wipe us out to silence us and erase all the evidence. Zappo, Alpha, take Leva. Retreat before it's fully activated. Rebella and the others dash down the corridor, alarms and the rapid approach of mechanical units feeling the ears. Patrol squad incoming! What, there's more of them? But I don't remember running into this many patrols on the way here. The security droids from the production floors have been activated. Prepare to engage. Objective, break through the encirclement. Don't get blocked down. Zappo, guard Leva. Hey, leave it to me. malware or Trojan virus affect T-dolls? It depends on how strong the virus actually is. Ready for breakouts. I'll leave it in your hands, Sop. Hey, we got time to listen to this song too, because they're prioritizing escaping. And for some reason, Tololo's really slow. An open and succulent. Move! Sapo, you go first. I'll cover. Take the passage we came from. Sapo charges through the gap with Leva on her back, not forgetting to stomp hard on the small droid that's fallen to the floor. Out of my way, you pest! You lucky I'm sparing you this time. Sapo, we don't have time for this. Fine. I think on Saturday, since I'll be finished up with the story by that point, or there'll be no story to do, I'll probably do heroic mode, or at least play heroic mode. That way, you guys can get all the drops and stuff on Saturday as well. Sapo, you alright? Want to switch? I'm fine. Now we're farther away. Our interference isn't nearly as strong. Sapo adjusts Leva's frame on her back. Still, Persica really needs to make dolls lighter. Rebella, do we really have to go back the way we came? Yeah, drops on Twitch. I would have them on now, but they don't do it until tomorrow. So, on Saturday, I'll have them ready for you guys. I want to wait until Lainey comes out, so we can do all three at once. So, Leva, Lena, and Lainey together. For Girls Frontline, yeah. Even if another path might also lead us above ground, the situation is critical. Everything else is unknown. If we take a wrong one, we'll get pincered and blocked by a dead end. Hold on. We're close to where we descended. Key signatures ahead, in the right corridor, about 20 meters away. A squad of armed droids are about to intercept us. There's no end to this! Yeah, I know you paid for it, Nixon. I just want to do all three in one go. It feels thematically correct to do that. Bella's group keeps fighting the armed droids in pursuit. Once we turn that corner, we'll reach the passage. Sapos, how's Leva? What's the lord? Who gets the commander first? It should be Lena first. It should be Lena and then Leva and then Lainey. Still no response, but I can haul her all the way back if I go to Kiev if I had to. Don't worry. Right. No extinctors ahead. Rear pursuit will enter the line of sight in about 3 minutes. Sapo, you probably need to climb the rope again. Can you manage? No problem. Just strap Leva to me. Good. Everyone speed up. Once we reach the surface, cut the rope immediately to buy time to retreat. They also accelerate, but just as about to reach the passage, they stop in their tracks. The security gate closed! Alpha Bella, get clear! The once wide passage is now a wall of steel. Sapo immediately raises her gun and fires at the gate. The bullets leave only shallow marks. Damn it! Whoever claimed security access must have closed it. Turn back now, we'll take the passage we just passed. The shrill wail locks on the doll's movements once again. A metal sight scrapes across the floor, making an awful noise. Multiple squads of armed droids appear ahead. Behind them, the prototype, now partially activated, draws ever closer. Retreat's cut off. Since we can't escape, we'll fight them head on. Sapo props Leva up against the wall, up against the security gate. She grimaces as she resists the prototype's interference. Her gun-wielding hand trembles faintly. When Leva wakes up, how many pieces do you think I can break that prototype into? How many ever many you like? Battle with the prototype officially begins. Silence the witness. Execute. Dutcher's voice keeps repeating stiff, mechanical commands. Watch out, her neural cloud seems to be malfunctioning, but her strikes are merciless. Alpha bends back just in time to avoid the prototype's sharp sight. Missing her mark, the prototype jerks her arm back, leaving a jagged scar across the metal wall. All units, report current frame damage rate. Rebella drops an attacking droid with 2 precise shots, then nearly stumbles as the prototype's electromagnetic interference forces her to steady herself against the wall. 35%. About the same here. Rebella, how you holding up? 15%. I'm fine, but the prototype is becoming more agile. At this rate, we'll start taking a lot more damage in no time. We need to neutralize the electromagnetic interference first. Otherwise, we'll always be fighting with our hands tied. Can you hack her? No. Every network I can detect is under her control. I can't break in remotely. If this keeps out their mind a prototype, we can be able to handle all these armed droids gathering around us. The fight grinds into a stalemate, the dolls barely holding the line in the rare gaps between the burst of EM interference have no time to strategize. You can't do it remotely, then what about with a wire connection? That would increase the success rate, but is still inversely proportional to the prototype's security strength. So it's possible, right? What are you planning? While I can still move, I'll exploit the gap right after another burst in her interference to get close and jack straight into her port. That'll give you full access to my base layer. You just have to use me as a relay and hack her through our own local network, then... No. Rebella cuts Sop off instantly. Why not? That's our only shot! Prototype design is compatible with us. Even if you manage to reach her, you won't be able to connect. So what? We just sit here and wait to be destroyed? I'll think of something else. I will scrutinize Rebella's expression. After a quick calculation, he decides to speak up. There may be a way. Like Doctor said, the prototype is based on the other frames in the lab, so she probably shares their design, which means that connectors off a graph in the lab might actually work. As for the frame structure, you know Perkins Third then draw this on it better than I do. Even if we solve the issue of compatibility, the windows between interference bursts are too short. Topple will barely have time to follow through. If she slips up, she's... Huh? Do you expect me to solo the prototype? No. Exactly. If I mess up, then you and Alpha cover me. If I freeze from my interference, you two buy me time. But if you get hit, your chance for booting is close to 0. Then you just have to keep a close eye on me. Come on, just tell me where the most reliable port is. With you watching my back, Soppa was invincible. Resting Soppa's resolve, Rebella clenches her fist. Then promising no reckless charges this time. Follow my orders exactly. No problem. Alright. The port will probably be near her core. Judging from the frames in the lab, the most viable one is slightly widened to her head. Her head? Interesting. Seppo shakes the stiffness out of her joints, then tosses her firearm away. Better trap anything that slows me down. Rebella hesitates for a moment, then nods. We'll cover you. Right, just give me the word. We strike 5 seconds after the next interference pulse. I will focus on supporting Sapo and keeping the armed droids busy. I'll stay back to provide covering fire and prepare for the hack. Sapo, the jacking timing is your call. I'll match your move, but if I order retreat, you must obey immediately. Got it. Yosh. We'll be sneaking around all this time. I'm itching for a proper fight. Rebella, I'll leave the clean up to you. Let's tear this place apart. Sapo barely finishes her sentence when the piercing wail comes again. Countdown. 4, 3, 2, 1. At 0, the dolls launch their offensive. Count on you. Sapo shoots forward like a loosed arrow, trailing a red streak in her wake. Young droids on the forefront fire frantically, tracking her darting figure. Too slow. Sapo kicks off the plating of a small crawler droid and springboards past the prototype's stabbing site. Before the armed droids can even register her landing point, she's already burst through the first line of defense. It's boring. Come on, more of you. Okay, come at me. Sapo rips across the battlefield like a thunderbolt, smashing droids left and right, her grins growing more and more maniacal. Sapo, you nutcase. Alva, cover her. The game's only just begun. That's a reference, by the way. Sapo snatches a hovering droid midair and hurls her straight into an incoming droid. While she succeeds in neutralizing the attack, she's also leaving her back exposed. Spotting the opening, the prototype instantly drives his side forward without hesitation. Seppo, duck! A precise burst slams into the prototype's tendril, forcing its strike wide. Flipping forward, Seppo plants her foot on the wall, rebounds, and snatches the thrashing tendril in her hands. Gotcha! She yanks hard, and the tendril grows taut. Useless junk. Guess I'll take it off your hands. She's about to rip it free when a new pulse interference tears through her, forcing her to let it go with a hiss. So focus on your objective. Follow my orders. The burst interference and rebellious shout jar Seppo back to her senses. She sticks her tongue out sheepishly. I'm sorry, on it. With Rebella and Alva covering her anew, Seppo finally closes in on the prototype. Warning, danger. All the lights along the prototype's tendrils blaze red. They whip and lash to drive Seppo back. Seppo charges ahead without slowing down. Rebella and Alva's gunfire cars open a path for her. Through the hail of bullets, Seppo leaps again and scrambles onto the prototype's back. She ignores her droid swarming after her, seizes the prototype's jaw, and wrenches hard. She tears the armor off the prototype's head in one brutal motion. The exposed port gleams in the open. Without a second thought, Seppo slams the connector in, links directly to the prototype. Missing hack. That was awesome. Hey, son. Oof, my ass. On level 2, the prototype and the system defense droids fragment into data blocks. Rebella successfully blocks the prototype's electromagnetic interference function. To prevent an like Leva, she doesn't go deeper in and promptly exits level 2 instead. The interference is taken off. Seppo, fall back to defense first. Seppo tears out the last small droid clinging to her, leaves out the prototype, and temporarily retreats to a safe distance. Malfunction, error, reboot, target lost, reboot. The prototype keeps trying to reboot. Falling into disarray, she thrashes her many tendrils wildly, slicing apart the armed automatons that were attacking in coordination with her. She's flailing over the place. There's no way to get close at all. Seppo, damage rate? 55%. It's fine, I can still move. Seppo gets a thumbs up, her other hand clutching dearly at the trophy she just ripped off the prototype. Alva tosses Seppo the firearm she dropped. Don't be in that state for long. Get ready for battle. Right. The dolls quickly shift formations, while the prototype systems finally stabilize. Silence witnesses execute. How are you gonna do that without the EM interference? Sapo racks the slide of the gun.
仲間と一緒に眠るがいい。
Meet your end here with your friends. Alessandra reloads her magazine.
今度こそ倒せ。
This time I'll wipe you out completely. Imposter. I was about to get it new. Oh yeah, she shows her underwear. Through the bike minigame, yeah. You think you can hold me here? Think again. Let's end this game of cat and mouse here. Meanwhile, on level 2, where Leva is. How long do you want to keep playing hide and seek? Leva shoots the system defense droid in front of her to smithereens. How long have you been running in circles like this? Even if you're not tired, I'm freaking tired. Since we both want to go after the Girard group, can we just call a truce and talk? If you're so willing to give up this pointless struggle, I don't mind stopping. Looks like it's no deal then. Avoiding the edge of collapsing data, Leva fires, but the bullets only grazes the surrounding system defense droids. You helped Sextons impersonate the chief before, but now you turn on the Girard group. Calling me perplexed. Just adapting to the situation. Not denying at all, huh? How confident of you. Planning to destroy me here then? Her opponents make no answer. Leva seizes the opening between the droid's attacks and quickly relocates. If I can, that would be ideal. Is that you being modest? Or are you just bragging? Just make a statement of fact. Your electronic warfare abilities are exceptional. To be honest, since I left the production line, this is one of the trickiest fights I faced. I think if you fought me without pulling your punches, the outcome might have been decided long ago. Can I take that as an agreement? Your EW performance is at least on par with mine, yet you let me keep running around all this while. Likely, you're tackling other tasks at the same time, aren't you? Nothing escapes you. Since you're so honest, I'll give you a piece of advice in return. If you don't start taking the battles seriously soon, you'll regret it. Leva repositions herself again and opens fire, but the spray of bullets do no real damage to the pursuing automatons. Well, I admire you. Bluffing won't. The other voice cuts off abruptly. Notice it finally? It's impossible. A wry chuckle can be heard. Beautifully done. You weren't scuttling around to recover the data in the server room, but to retake control of the security system. Same for you. With me trapped here, my teammates must be in danger, and to get out fast. If I can't win the data struggle, I'll have to snatch an advantage elsewhere. But that's impossible. You better come to terms with reality quickly. You misunderstand. What I mean is, with the second Gen doll's capacity, no matter how distracted I am, such a loophole can't exist. It's a hardware limitation, not explainable by luck or oversight. The droid suddenly unleashes a burst of bullets towards Leva's mid-conversation and directs the other droids to join in on an attack, but Leva fenced off easily. Resorting to sneak attacks because you can't win? That's bad form. I'm just curious about your processing mechanism. Looks like I'm right on the mark. Since earlier, the frequency of my attacks on my backend hasn't changed a bit. Multi-threading has limits, and you're still a backwards second-gen doll. You seized an opportunity, but to maintain a stable efficiency, using only your own processing power against these system defense automatons should be very taxing. With the exploit degrading the performance of the droids under your control, shouldn't I be finding this much easier to handle? No. Something has been off since our game began. Even back at the light rail station, your processing capacity and speed far exceeded what most secondary dolls are capable of. Can you tell me who's helping you? Or rather, is it only you? Who else could there be? My processing capacity just so happened to be a bit better than others. I think there's an extra core in your processing hub. You're not the same as other ordinary second-gen dolls. Is this really the time for tech research? Time's short. When the exploit spreads, even the droid you're puppeteering won't obey anymore. You have a point. Since you're kind enough to warn me, I'll return the favor with some intel. Even if you succeeded in exploiting a loophole in the security system, I guarantee you this. To completely seize security authority from me, the computing power required will exceed your neuroclass capacity. And I do mean all of it. Are you sure you want this? Stay here, and you'll only lose a fragment of your neural logs. Force it, and this will end with your neural meltdown. That might scare my teammates, but me? I'm just an ordinary, frankly, third-rate second-gen doll in terms of combat capability. Weigh the pros and cons, then make the most logical choice. That's my style. As long as our neural data survives, they'll someday become the bullet that kills you all. If all of it costs us my neural cloud, then that's a win. And good luck. The defense droid before her shatters into data. The unknown voice vanishes. Alarms start blurring all over level 2. Under any command, the security system escalates to maximum alert. Countless defense droids close in from all directions. That's more like it. Looks like this time, I have to finally give it everything I got. Leva looks at her right hand and the UMP-45 submachine gun in her grip. This gun has been with her through the years, brought her victory, and witnessed her shame and despair. Now she believes has become the wings that shield her comrades, never again the cold weapon forced to aim at those who mattered. Watch over me, 40. Bella's team is still fighting the prototype. Even without electromagnetic interference, the prototype still carves clear gashes into their frames. After a brutal struggle, the 3 dolls have managed to cut off 3 of its tendrils. Why is it still so lively? Rebella, the enemy has already learned our rhythm and weaknesses. Rebella glances towards Leva, who is still utterly motionless. When the blinking light in her visual module shows that her neuropod is still running. Our engines almost depleted. If we drop our rear defensive force our way past the prototype, there's still a chance. Zappa gets struck by a tendril and slants into the wall. Umbrella, you must decide now. Umbrella rapidly runs calculations, searching for another way out. But every result points to abandoning Leva to save the three. Alpha's right. A familiar voice pops up from behind. Leva gives Zappa a little wave. Seeing her finally extricated from level 2, Umbrella exhales in relief. It took you long enough. Cut me some slack. Also, I'll take it back security control here. And then hightail out of here. Under her command, the closed gate slowly releases. The dolls waste no time in retreating under Leva's direction. Lagging behind, Leva's steps falter slightly. What's the matter? Escaping level 2 took some real effort. Give me your hand. I'll help too. Thanks. Rebella, my nerd claw's taking some minor damage. Don't transfer command back to me for now. Alright. Zappa and Rebella quickly lift Leva by her arms, while Alva slows down to cover their rear. She keeps firing, trying to hold off the prototype. This is the side passage we took. It leads straight to the elevator. Dodging the prototype strikes, the doll sprint towards the elevator. But the prototype hot on the heels suddenly halts. Her signal lights flicker. Her head twists stiffly as if in hesitation. I didn't catch him. What a pity. But the primary objective is achieved. Don't worry. I've already made the base layer backup for your neurocloud. It won't be destroyed. Gotcha. You'll cooperate with me until the end, right? Silence. Terminate. Initiating self-destruct countdown. 30. 29. The dolls run quickly towards the elevator shaft they descended through. Why did things stop chasing us? Zappa looks back at the prototype. As distance grows, the figure shrinks smaller and smaller. 17. Forget her, the elevator's right ahead. At Leva's command, the elevator opens its doors at just the right time for the dolls. Go! The dolls rush into the elevator, the doors shut, and the prototype disappears completely from view. The elevator ascends rapidly. Left behind, Darcher stares impassively at the closed elevator doors. The prototype explodes. A blinding light erupts with her at the epicenter, and almost instantly rolling smoke engulfs everything. The blast wave surges. The electronics throughout the underground research site detonate one after another. The earth trembles, and the dolls in the elevator brace against the walls to keep their balance. Fortunately, the elevator reaches to the surface at the critical moment. Retreat immediately! At Leva's command, the dolls sprint out of the villa. The instant they cross the yard, the dilapidated building collapses entirely under the explosion's impact. They stare at the ruins with trepidation. Close one. You nearly got buried alive in there. Leva turns around. Her expression darkens as she looks towards the Sally City in the distance. Oh dear. It's too soon to relax. Huh? Leva jerks her chin towards the Sally City, motioning the others to look. The dolls look in the indicated direction. In a solid city far away, thick smoke rises, and fire, like a massive maw, swallows the night sky. How could this be?
これもみんなのおかげだ。
Sitting on the sofa, Cocoon replays the combat record from the underground lab once more. Such an interesting processing mechanism. I really should find another chance to make contact. When should I schedule the next tea party with Leva, I wonder? Gerard's server data finishes syncing. Cocoon opens several files on the research and development of 3rd Gen dolls. She reads through the files quickly, her expression shifting from time to time. Former Griffin dolls, huh? 2nd Gen dolls. Are such fascinating things. She closes the files, then raises her head towards the mysterious man watching the distant fire. Thanks to Darcher's help, we obtained plenty of valuable data. How much longer until Darcher can be rebooted? To avoid raising Gerard's suspicion, her NeuroCloud's master copy was destroyed with the server room. Rebuilding from the base layer will take some time. Very well, and the other one? Our functions are nearly repaired, and neural modifications are going smoothly. Unfortunately, her frame was badly damaged, and the stored new data still can't be fully restored. Because of this, we still know little of Nanfa's collaborators. That's fine. Make sure Rua doesn't suspect anything. Rest assured, Gerard wants to use her as the master version of her production of a new model of 3rd Gen dolls. Performing neural modifications on her is perfectly justifiable. And with you pulling the strings, Legislator Ruick will likely be too far busy for quite some time. Finish the modifications on her and Darcher as soon as possible. We'll need them. Is this restriction on you also lifted? Yes, thanks to you. Do you require anything of me? Maintain the status quo. Wait for its reply. And clean up after yourself. Now was not the time to openly oppose Gerard. Understood. Cocoon gazes demurely at the man's back. Anything else? No. I was only marveling at your decisiveness and your boldness in riding the tide. We once placed our hopes on the Chief, leaking intel to him on purpose. Although he used it to locate that research site, he still made mistakes. How he met his end is regrettable. He moved too slowly. Under those circumstances, if you kept covering for him, Rook would have become suspicious. True. What surprised me was that, after abandoning the Chief, you immediately took the massive gamble, handing Nanfa the backdoor key and letting Kalina's team, who should have been eliminated, regain their freedom. Then you planted the lab coordinates to Rook's trap and arranged for Darcher, our collaborator, to go there, luring us sabotage the server to open a breach. And now even the little toy Darcher whimsically brought back will be put to use by you. Every single player, knowingly or not, has become your piece. This precise control of timing and correct judgment of the situation are impossible, even for a doll. You think dolls can control timing and judge situations accurately? You don't think they can? The mysterious man glances coldly at Cocoon through the window's reflection, then turns his gaze back to the distant orange-red glow. The flames kindled by Gerard's exploded server room and berserk droids. Use your processing power. Tell me what happens next. Gerard's underground server has been breached. Through the loophole, I invaded the other servers. Chaos will spread across Odessa, shattering the residents' peaceful dreams. Now, with Gerard's countless droids and Odessa's going haywire, the technology they once boasted about has become a blade pointed at themselves. Gerard would pay dearly for this. And then, if handled well, Gerard's position in Odessa won't collapse, but the new stock used for financing will suffer. Combined with the massive compensation they're liable to pay due to the droid malfunction, they'll face a funding crisis. Still, with its support, legislator Ruick will likely only lose part of his free votes. He can still be elected interim chief, and the Lullaby project will continue. Go on. But Gerard's failing commercial value, plus his recent troubles, will lower its evaluation of them. That is the opportunity you've been waiting for. He demands indifferent silence. Cocoon's smile deepens. So, I was wrong. What you see is merely the result of your computation module derives from current factors. That's why you underestimate Ruick, it, and the people of Odessa. Perhaps. Just as I don't understand why, over the years, Seth Bobbin had more direct means to oppose Gerard. He never acted openly. In wartime, bullets and shells rule. In peace, we play by a different rulebook. The longer people live in peace, the more they fear conflict. And fear will become the barrel of oil that sets Gerard ablaze. So you made other preparations. Adapt to the tide. Wait for the chance. Every piece you place will one day yield results. Once fire is lit, it must not be extinguished. Yes, the long night is only just beginning. They say no more. Cocoon slowly walks to the window and joins the men in gazing at the night swallowed by fire. In a spotless glass, her reflection is shown. Yep. It's Elvis Presley. No, it's Spartacus, actually. Alrighty. About as good as I remembered. Also as long as I remembered. Are we back? Yeah, we're back. We are indeed still back. Bruh. I want this down to 10. Ooh. Wow.
Hey, my ass hurts. Jeez. Yeah. This is the point where it is now a good time to pay attention to the story. Absolutely, it is. Don't you have a cushion? Yeah, but, you know, if you sit here for over 6 hours, it's still gonna hurt. Custom? You mean costume? It's on some website. You can Google it. Let me see. Luna Translator is... Do we need to actually compare it? I think it's fairly obvious that it's fantastic. Yeah, it's at easycosplay.com. That's where I got it. But yeah, I'll show this off one last time. Yeah, the first time we did Deep Oblivion on CN side, I used Luna Translator, and it was very hard. Like, you get everything, you do, but you did have to interpret a lot. That where you can just join. Yeah. But I still had the cooldown. So regardless, I still had to wait till tomorrow. I'll show this one last time. Over the end stream. This is it. The only thing is that the beret that they use is very small. I don't think it'll fit anyone. So you're gonna have to buy your own beret. Type of beret. People said I T-posted a certain dominant. That's pretty funny. Honestly, I actually really like this. It feels really comfortable. Oh, I appreciate that, Nixon. Like I said, I think it's really comfortable and it looks really nice. That wall needs some love. I mean, I'll give it some love when I get money. I look like the reverse collapse journal. You mean the fat one? Oh, it's 5 a.m. when it resets, so it's basically on reset time, more or less. Or the daily reset timer is when the cooldown ends. So basically, in the morning, I can join the guild or the platoon. Yeah, he never He never got rid of the Makarov. It's basically a memento for him. Yeah, part 1 is as good as I remember. If actually, it's better since we got a proper translation. It was much easier to understand what was going on. And again, I think the best part of this update is that the text speed is actually fairly fast now. Means big boss. Yeah, his hair is graying, but yeah, it's not like he's completely grayed. And he should be in his 30s. Yeah, Beria, yeah. But yeah, I've been streaming for a while. My butt still hurts. So, I think I'm going to end stream. Again, on Saturday, just so you guys can get the drops on Twitch. I am going to stream Ghost Frontline 2 until it's time for me to leave, because I believe, yeah, the parents want me to come over on Saturday. So I can't do like an all-day stream. But yeah, I'll definitely be able to stream in the morning. And I'll do heroic mode, or at least some of heroic mode. Obviously, I can't do all of it. Yeah, it's time to get back to start grinding the game again. So, I'll see you guys on Saturday. And I will just go with them in that fit. Honestly, I could. It looks really good, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna take this off. Yeah, I'll see you guys Saturday. You guys take care. Been good. Gun smoke with the fam.